After which Sussex will have again to bat in this match. Let's just do a quick signal check around the ground. Yes, indeed, we're getting waving from the top shelf. I think that's Tim over there who's waving. I can't see Julian in attendance today, so I don't know. No, he's not there. Julian is not here today, but Tim is here, and so we're going out around the ground, and that means we're also going out around the world on the internet. So a very good morning wherever you're listening from, either in the northeast of England or around Sussex, or indeed wherever. I'm Adrian Harms, and delighted this morning to be joined by a man who knows this ground well. He was the former press officer here at Sussex, and that's Sam Kira. Very good morning to you, Sam.
Morning, Adrian. An absolute privilege to be here on the other side of the fence.
And you've come on an interesting day, because it's a day where perhaps from the outside this looks as if this game may be drifting towards a draw, but the great thing about four-day cricket, you never know, and Sussex have got 96 overs in which to take these wickets.
Yeah, I think they'll need early wickets. Like you say, that magic number for Durham isn't a huge way away. So I think they'll need early wickets to sort of keep their hopes alive. As I think you mentioned earlier, off air, runs count double once they go past Sussex's total. So, early wickets, the order of the day. The conditions suggest that might be a possibility. Grey skies, a chilly day. Let's hope from a Sussex point of view. And I must say, very best wishes to Martin, who obviously would normally be here and wasn't able to be this week after a bit of an accident. So best wishes to him, and thanks to everyone in the northeast for having me today.
Well, I'm sure they're delighted to have you. We echo your sentiments about Martin. I'm sure he'll be back behind the microphone before too much longer. But the Sussex players making their way out onto the ground. And interesting you mention the cloud cover, because the last couple of days have been lovely weather for batting. We lost 13 overs on Friday night, but yesterday we had the full 104 overs. We made up 8 overs, which will mean we'll only lose 5 in the match. But there is a bit of cloud cover, and it just feels like the sort of morning, Sam, where there may be a bit of nip both in the air and maybe off the pitch as well.
Yeah, I think Sussex will need that help. The Durham top order is an experienced top order, international cricketers in there. The conditions are in their favour, we would think, but I don't think it'll be easy. But, like you say, that's the beauty of four-day cricket. Things can change very, very quickly.
I spoke last night to Liam Travaskis, who's had an excellent game here for Durham. He made 88 in their first innings. He then picked up 5 wickets. Yesterday, he got a most brilliant catch to dismiss Mohammad Rizwan down at deep backward square. I spoke to him a lot because I felt that Durham were very united as a side yesterday. They were really under the pumps, and they had no Chris Rushworth. But in the field, they were chasing the ball down as if their lives depended on it. And I think having got into this position, they'll be desperately keen now. If they can escape from here with a draw, having been bowled out for what was, by their own admission, a below par 223, I think they'll be absolutely delighted.
And the way they managed to clean up Sussex's tail, despite having been in the field for so long, I think backs up exactly what you've just said. But they're a team of quality, experienced cricketers by and large, so no surprises.
So it's going to be Aaron Beard who's going to open the bowling for Sussex this morning from the C end of the ground. He's just bowling with the one slip, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on. A mid-wicket looks like a square leg. In fact, they've got those 2 fielders, quite interesting fielding places, Tom Haynes and Alistair Orr, both in a sort of shortish mid-wicket, Sam. So maybe there's a plan there against the left-handed Alex Lees. Ian Blackwell says, let's get on with it, and Aaron Beard is on his way to bowl the first ball of the final day. He's in and bowls outside of the off-stump, taken by Mohammad Rizwan, and there is no run.
Yeah, I think those 2 fielders, like you said, sort of short mid-wicket and almost short square leg, forward short square leg, are there for that ball that tucks Lees up, and he tries to push off his hip, or indeed the full ball on his legs, which he tries to clip and it goes aerial. But yeah, funky field as I think certain commentators would describe it.
An unorthodox field. As in comes Beard running away from us. Number 14 on his back. He's in and bowls, and Lees lets that go outside of the off stump. There is no run. And of course, we should remind ourselves that Alex Lees is currently in possession of the England opener's berth and missed the last 2 matches, but a big 100 in the opening round of matches at Cardiff, and he'll be keen to keep his run of form going.
Yeah, plenty riding on this innings, not just for Durham, but for Alex Lees as an individual. There is very much a place to be nailed down in that England side. How much runs in Division 2 count? I'm not sure.
They should count for a lot. As in comes Beard, running in around the wicket, bowls to Lees, and Lees is 4 to ball. A good length, plays that into the offside, fielded by Tom Clark, and there is no run. We've had our first couple of emails of the day. Tim from Cranley says, sorry I couldn't give you a sound check yesterday morning, but I was at Wolves watching the Albion play one of the most dominant games I've seen in a long time. Hopefully I'll witness another dominant sporting display from Sussex today, says Tim from Cranley, who's listening in avidly. Yes, it was indeed a wonderful day for the Albion yesterday. John Malone has been in touch. He says, morning lads, loud and clear in Bexhill-on-Sea this morning via the stream. As in comes Beard round the wicket, bowls, and Lees just shapes as if to take the bat away and let that go through, and he played it very late, played it into the slips, and there is no run. I'm going to leave you in the very capable hands even, of Sam, and I'm going to go do an update to the listeners in the northeast.
Thank you, Adrian. A good start from Beard, on the money for his first 4 deliveries. Just on or around that off stump. Lee's able to let the first 3 go through, but in a bit of indecision for the 4th ball as Beard turns at the top of his run and approaches the crease. And that's straighter from Beard, and Lees defends out to Henry Crocombe, who is at a shortish mid-on. Not many in the ground today. Like Adrian has said, it is not the sunny conditions that we had for the rest of this game. It really was glorious. I was here as a spectator, doing my research for this debut on the radio, and it was glorious. Not quite so today, as Beard approaches for his final ball of the over. Oh, and that is much straighter and hits Lees on the thigh pad. Much too high for a genuine LBW shout, but a good start from Aaron Beard, who starts with a maiden from the sea end. So Durham stay on 169 without loss, already their highest opening partnership against Sussex in first-class cricket. That beats Will Smith and Mark Stoneman in 2011, although that was quite an interesting opening partnership because it was started by Michael Di Venuto. Of course, Sussex fans will be very familiar with him, but he retired hurt in single figures, and it was left to Mark Stoneman to come in and then set a record. It'll be Henry Crocombe to start things off at the Cromwell Road end. He'll be bowling to 1 slip, Tom Clark at slip. Otherwise, a fairly orthodox field. Mid-on, mid-off, cover, a wideish third man. Pujara in at sort of short mid-wicket, Alior at square leg, and then 2 men, I guess, for the hook shot at fine leg and deep square leg. So quite a lot of leg side cover, which is interesting, as Crocombe approaches the crease. And Dickson opens the face, and that goes down to a fine third man for 4. Mason Crane is the man at a wide third man, a big gap between him and first slip. And that's the first runs of the morning, courtesy of Sean Dickson, who moves on to 114. All well in the northeast this morning, Adrian?
Yeah, all well in the northeast. I just said that if Durham can negotiate this first chase. Now, I mean, the new ball will be available to Sussex round about lunchtime. You see no reason why Sussex wouldn't take that when it's available. So there's a couple of sort of points of the day which will be very interesting.
In comes Crocombe. And that's a shorter ball, and Dickson plays it to almost exactly the same place, but Crane has moved slightly finer, and he's able to cut that off, and it will just be 1 run. That was a shorter ball, and Dickson guided it really down to just in front of us here in our position at the sea end. Yeah, I think Sussex will need wickets before that new ball for sure.
Yes.
So they can't really afford to wait for that. But yeah, if they have managed to take, I'd say probably they'll need 2 or 3 at the very least before then maybe game on.
No, very much so. Interesting. We've got a couple of slips in now for Alex Lees, and that sort of leg side trap that they'd set.
Yeah.
It was in place for Aaron Beard, but not in place for Henry Crocombe.
Yeah, well, I think Lees as Crocombe comes in and bowls, and that is just back of a length and played off the hip by Lees to Cheteshwar Pujara, who is at mid-wicket. Yeah, I think the plan probably there is they think he's prone to being squared up. Is that right?
Yeah, quite possibly. Yeah.
He does end up in a slightly strange position.
And he did look slightly susceptible to the short ball as well, which is surprising, having just come back from the Caribbean.
Crocombe is in and bowls, and that's Fuller. And we can see exactly why they had that plan there in the first over, where Lees likes to play it into the onside, and that's exactly what he does there. But straight to Tom Haynes mid-on.
And one thing, Sam, I was thinking I haven't seen Alex Lees back for a little while, but he's a big man, isn't he? He's a big, tall man.
Yeah, broad shoulders.
Yeah. Looks almost got the build of a quick bowler, really.
Yeah. As Crocombe's in bowls, and that is a bouncer which Lees ducks under without any problems.
Just finishing John's email from Bexhill-on-Sea, watching this morning. He says, hoping for a Sussex win today to inspire the lads for the Middlesex match. And games coming thick and fast in the County Championship. Middlesex here on Thursday. Then the week after, it's a trip to Leicester. And just as Sussex would have been hoping for a break, the New Zealand tourists arrive here for a 4-day game. Now, this is interesting. There is a change in the field, Sam. Rawlins coming into a closest mid-wicket.
As Crocombe is in and bowls, and again that's shortish, back of a length, and tucked off the hip by Lees into what's quite a large vacant area between Pujara at mid-wicket and Crane at a very wide fine leg, and they take 2 runs. And that completes the over, 7 off it.
176 without loss, Lees 52, Dickson on 115, 94 overs left in the day. If you're just joining us this morning, a very good morning from myself and Sam Keir here at Hove. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle. If you're listening to us via the BBC website, good morning. You may want to watch pictures, and if that's the case, go to the Sussex Cricket Club website, click on the link, and you'll be able to see pictures of the action with our commentary alongside. What I would say, Sam, is that there is this cloud cover, but I think it's starting to lift, and there's just away to the west particularly, it's just a bit of a glimmer of blue, that sort of lightish blue just beginning to glimmer through the cloud. So cloud cover you think might favour the Seavers this morning, but in general these look like pretty good batting conditions and on a pitch which, on the evidence of the first 2 overs, still looks a very good deck to bat on. Beard is going to bowl the next over from the C end of the ground. He's bowling just with the 1 slip and a gully. There's a cover sweeping on the cover boundary. Cover mid-off, mid-on. Mid-wicket, who's very close in as Beard is in and bowls to Dickson, who's solidly forward, plays straight back down the track, and there is no run.
He's been on the money straight away, hasn't he, Beard?
He has.
He's probably been the pick of Sussex's seamers in both ends.
Yeah, I would agree. I think he's been really impressive. He's run in hard. It was interesting, actually. We were looking at the difference in stature between Aaron Beard and Henry Croker, because in terms of build, they're completely different bowlers, aren't they? He's quite short and stocky, Aaron Beard, whereas Henry Crocombe is more wiry and taller. As Beard runs away from us up the hill from the C end of the ground. He's in and bowls, and Dickson is solidly forward, plays into the offside.
Yeah, if you were typecasting, then you'd have Beard as the opening batsman and Lees as the opening bowler, wouldn't you?
Well, definitely, yeah. I mean, Lees looks like he could sort of play in the second row in rugby. He's a big, tall man.
Or these days, probably centre.
Yeah, or wing, or fly half. Yeah, it's just ridiculous, the size of some of the rugby players. Beard wanders back to his mark, shining the ball, which is now in its 54th over, runs away from us. Up the hill, in and bowls, and let go by Dickson. Outside of the off stump, there is no run. Sean Dickson not only batted very well yesterday, Sam, but he was absolutely magnificent in the field. He was fielding at backward point, and he saved no end of runs in that area. And I have to say, in terms of the commitment to Durham, to the cause yesterday, they were down a bowler. I know Oliver Gibson came in for Chris Rushworth, but they were really under the pump. But it was just a feature of Durham that they never gave up. They chased everything down in the field. And you made the very good point that Sussex lost their last 5 wickets for 34, and it just goes to prove that Durham never ever gave up. As In comes Beard again, bowled, and Dickson is solidly forward. Another ball, but he has to play it and play that into the offside. And again, there is no run.
I dare say after their batting performance on the first day, might have been a few stern words in the dressing room.
Yeah, I think so.
And they certainly, although they conceded 538 runs, like you say, their spirit and their application, and actually some of the catches, there were 2 catches, weren't there, in the deep, which were just stunning. So they remained switched on.
Beard wheels around and on his way again up the hill from the sea end, bowls to Dickson, who clips this down to long leg, fielded way down in the distance by, I think that's George Burrows all the way down there, who gets in the throw. One more to the total. Dickson goes to 116, Durham to 177 without loss. Colin Bowman has been in touch. Hello, Colin. He says, I was there on Thursday and was mesmerised at that swift half-century by the skipper. It was a knock of a player who was in complete control of his form. Let's go and wrap this up today, says Colin. Yes, it was a good knock. I'll talk about that in a moment, because I spoke to James Franklin, the Durham coach, after day 2, who said a couple of things. Firstly, about the Durham batting performance, as Beard is in again, but there's 2 men in short on the leg side to Alex Lees, and Lees plays that firmly on the onside, but to a wideish mid-on, fielded by Crocombe, who gets in the throw, misses the stumps, but well backed up by Rawlins. And there is no run. End of the open. There is a run. I'm sorry, what am I talking about? Lees goes to 53, Durham 178 without loss at the end of the 3rd over of the day. Aaron Beard 11 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 25. But actually, James was saying that undoubtedly Durham were undercooked in terms of the runs that they'd made, but he also was talking about Tom Haines. First time he'd seen Tom Haines bat, and thought what an excellent half-century that was, that got Sussex up to a bit of a flyer.
He's getting a few sort of influential people name-check him, which he absolutely deserves based on his performances, but before he became the new managing director of England's men's cricket, Rob Key, I think, tweeted saying, get this guy in the England team.
He did.
As Crocombe, at the top of his run, comes in and bowls to Lees, who flicks that, glances it off his legs for 1 run, and Mason Crane does the fielding at that wide, fine leg, almost actually a backward square leg, really. You can see why they've got the leg side field to Lees, can't you? It's his preferred scoring area, both in front and behind the wicket.
Absolutely. Just if you're listening across, I'm just getting a bit of interference, I think, down our effects microphone, and I don't know whether that's coming out on the stream. If you're listening, if you could let us know whether that's interfering with your listening, that'd be good to know, and I'll nip upstairs and see if I can do something about the effects mic. But just drop us a line, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk.
As Crocombe bowls, and that's short. Dickson plays a backward defence, looks potentially at stealing a quick single, but Delray Rawlins is not a man to take quick singles to, that's for sure. It's a leg side field for both batters, isn't it? You've got 5 on the leg side for Dickson now. Square leg, short mid-wicket, mid-on, deep mid-wicket, and a squarish fine leg as Crocombe bowls, and that's very short and quite wide as well, and Dickson will have nothing to do with that. No need to take any risks. Durham's ambition here is survival and taking this game to a point of safety from their point of view.
They'll be very keen to do that, Sam, because they got a bit of a working over by Nottinghamshire last week. But Durham bowled out for just 117 in their second innings.
As Crocombe approaches the crease, he bowls. That's Fuller, and Dickson on drives straight to, I don't know who that is. Is that Burrows? Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, Burrows at mid-on. There is no run.
Man with no name. Interesting, I was looking at the weather forecast today, which I thought there might be a bit of rain about, but I think the forecast is largely dry here for the day. But interestingly, no play before lunch at Bristol today.
I saw that, although I'll give my opinion on that after this delivery, as Crocombe comes in, and that's a better ball. Good length, and Dickson plays it with the respect it deserves. A forward defence, and there is no run. Yeah, looking at the scorecard at Bristol, it might be merciful that there was rain this morning.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, 12 wickets going down in 3 days.
Yeah.
I mean, Gloucestershire 443 for 2 in reply to 603. Perhaps we can have a chat about that, Sam, about perhaps what the wickets are like down there. Well, I think we know.
As Crocombe bowls, and again, that's just short of a length, and Dickson is able to play that safely into the onside. There is no run, and that completes the over. 1 off it. Durham moved to 179 without loss. Lee's 54, Dickson 116. Yeah, I was down there a couple of weeks ago for Gloucestershire's game against Yorkshire. It was actually a great game of cricket. The pitch, there was something in it for both sides, both batting and bowling sides. So I don't know quite why that has become such a road for this game. I mean, it's got a reputation as being a slow wicket, hasn't it?
Yes, it has.
Yeah.
Yes, I've seen a couple of games down there that have rather drifted into draws, but it's an interesting conundrum for groundsmen. This is the 5th over of the day. Beard is running in from the C end of the ground. He's in and bowls to Lees, and Lees is forward and plays it to one of those men on the leg side who's Alistair Orr, and there is no run. Because the story around English cricket seems to be at the moment, Sam, that everybody wants pitches where the bowlers have to work hard for their wickets, where batsmen have a chance to build big innings, and that is seen as the best way of preparing players for Test cricket, and I wholeheartedly agree with that. However, I still think there has to be an element of something there for the bowlers. I don't think that sounds like a great game of 4-day cricket, 603 all out and then 460 odd for 2 or whatever it is. That doesn't sound to me as if a game where that's going to attract too many people to watch county cricket, and also, maybe it might be preparing players for Test cricket, but that's hard work for the bowlers. In comes Beard running away from us up the hill, in and bowls to Lees, who lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Rizwan, no one.
Of course, pitch preparation is not an exact science, so you cannot, or ground staff cannot produce pitches exactly to order. They will try their best, but I think there's been a lot of talk about batsmen doing well in April this year, and there's also been plenty of results. I think hopefully that's an outlier. 600 plays, whatever Gloucestershire end up on.
Beard in again. Bowls, Lees drives to the covers, runs here, that could run away for 4 runs. Rawlins is in hot pursuit, as is Ali Orr. Will they get the ball? No, they won't. I think that's going to run away for 4 runs. Rawlins and Orr give up the chase, and it's 4 through the covers from Alex Lees. He goes to 58 and Durham to 183 without loss.
I think I'd rather see the odd game like that if the general approach is to produce wickets that you have to work hard on for your wickets.
Yes.
Than teams being skittled for 120 week in, week out against skillful but perhaps not international style bowlers.
No, I would agree with you, and actually there's no point a bowler taking 6 for 42 in a couple of the opening rounds of fixtures and gets in the England side and then goes around the park on a good pitch against good players. In comes Beard, bowls to Lees, who lets that go through to Mohammad Rizwan, who takes down the leg side, and there is no run. You were at Southampton yesterday, where it's actually raining this morning, so not that far down the coast. A delayed start, which is a shame, because that game was nicely set up between Hampshire and Lancashire. That looks like a game which is, we're going into the final day. 30 wickets have fallen in the match, and both sides would harbour, maybe not Lancashire, but all 3 results potentially possible on the final day. I think that looks like a well set up game. As Beard is in a game, bowls and leads up on his toes, and he wasn't far away from playing on there, Alex Lees.
It got big on him, didn't it? From a small man, Aaron Beard, that did lift on the big Alex Lees.
Yes. But I think the feeling here is, and James Franklin said to me on whatever night it was, Friday night, the second day, he said, I think this is a really good pitch. I think it's a good 4-day pitch. So I think Ben Gibson here is doing a really good job for Sussex. And
I know Ian Salisbury that's exactly the kind of pitch he wants. Is one where the spinner will come into play on the 4th day.
In comes Beard. Around the wicket, bowls and Lees drive down the ground. That's a good shot by Alex Lees. That's going to run away for 4 runs. No point chasing that one. In fact, Aaron Beard ends up on his backside as he slips on his follow through. So a couple of boundaries in that over from Alex Lees, an over which cost 8 runs to Aaron Beard, 12 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 33. Lees goes on to 62, Dickson to 116, and Durham so far have negotiated this morning without really undue alarm. They're 187 without loss, Dickson on 116, Lees on 62.
I think what Durham have done really well is score quickly yesterday, or not just sitting there thinking we've got to survive, because actually Sussex can't afford to be overly attacking here. We've seen there that if you don't have cover, then there'll be boundaries, and before you know it, Durham will be approaching parity. And I think Sean Dickson's approach yesterday, knowing that it was a good wicket to bat on, and probably had got flatter as the game has gone on, he used that to his advantage, and has I think done a lot of the hard work of taking Durham to safety. Plenty of time to go, of course, but he can be very pleased with his work so far. As Crocombe starts his third over of the morning, bowling to Dickson, and that's on leg stump and tucked into the onside for no run.
I think, Sam, we're going to see very soon the introduction of Mason Crane, who's just warming up down below us at third man. Sorry, at fine leg. Third man. Right, first time. But also I saw Alistair Orr just signalled to the pavilion there, I think, for helmets and pads to be brought out. So I think that's a good move by Tom Haynes. Get the spinner in nice and early.
Crocombe in and bowls. That's Fuller and driven beautifully by Dickson, bisecting Pujara and Haynes in the covers, and that goes for 4 runs to the longest boundary in the ground. A glorious shot.
Beautiful shot, and it's been a class innings by Sean Dickson. I think you make a really good point, Sam, because we were saying yesterday it's an awful long time to bat 4.5 sessions to save a game, and Durham were positive from the outset, and I think the more you whittle away at the lead, all that it gives Tom Haynes plenty to think about, and once Durham get to 350, which I'm sure they will, they're then going to start to take time out of the game.
Yeah, quite right. Who was interviewed yesterday? I did see someone mention that they thought there were some cracks emerging. So maybe the spinner will, but with crack, you almost think that's a finger spinner's, area, as Crocombe bowls a short ball which Dickson ducks under.
Yes, it was. In fact, it was Liam Travaskis on the first day who said he thought the wicket was plated, and both Bruce Talbot and I, who were doing the interview, said, "Well, what does that mean?" And he was talking about the direction that the cracks go on the wicket, and they felt there may be a little bit for later on, not just for the spinners, but maybe for the seamers with a bit of irregular bounce. But I mean, the bounce looks pretty true to me. Very, very few balls have misbehaved in this match.
Good carry for day 4 as well.
Yeah.
Crocombe in, and that's Fuller, and it's driven again by Dickson, but this time, well, Tom Haynes should have stopped it, but he lets it slip out of his grasp at extra cover, and there is a single taken by Dickson, who moves on to 121. Yeah, I think Jack Carson will be sitting up on that balcony, the injured Jack, or the recovering Jack Carson after surgery in the winter. He would have loved the opportunity to bowl with that big total on the board as Crocombe bowls. That's better length. Just the last 2 balls, or a couple of balls earlier in the over, were a bit full. That one was on the money, and Lees plays it with the respect it deserves, a forward defence, and there is no run.
I'm just slightly concerned because you don't often see the ground staff here at Hove during play unless there is rain around, and 2 members of the ground staff are just walking around the boundary edge. They're not running around, and they may be quite just going to have a cup of coffee somewhere for all I know, but with rain at Southampton, we wonder whether, the clouds do look high, so maybe unduly alarmed.
It's Crocombe bowls, and that's another short ball. That one didn't get up as much. It was short, but didn't cause Lees any problem. The tall Alex Lees got under that, no problem at all. That concludes the over. 5 from it. Durham 192 for naught. Yeah, they've got a radar in their shed.
Have they?
A rain radar.
You know all these things, you see. In the former you know all these little secrets, so we might pump you for information.
Yeah, well, I've got to be a bit careful what I say. But,
no, you don't.
Can't let too many secrets out. But yeah, I think the kind of thing we've all got on our phones now, but on a computer, the previous groundsman Andy Mackay, quite into his science and technical stuff. I think he was one of the first to have one of these computerized radars. So maybe they've seen something on that. Let's hope not. I don't think it looks like.
No, I mean, away to the west, if anything, where the rain is, if we're looking along the coast, that's where Southampton is. I mean, it's a good sort of 50 miles that direction, I guess. But it's, it is coming from that area. But look, the weather forecast last night was suggesting that the rain that might be heading to the southeast may be fairly fragmented. So, and in fact, they haven't moved down towards the coast, just sort of sitting on the bench away to our right-hand side. But we are going to get some spin, and it is going to be Mason Crane who's going to come into the attack. And I think this makes a lot of sense for Sussex. If the pitch really doesn't seem to be offering much for the seamers, so why not get your spinners into the attack nice and early? But I think you're absolutely spot on. Jack Carson, who was doing a bit of bowling on the outfield earlier on in this match. Hopefully he's not far away from a return for Sussex after knee surgery back in the winter. But a real opportunity for Mason Crane. Sam, he hasn't been playing at Hampshire. He's got a chance here to bowl. He's got a big total on the board. And a chance to really sort of toss the ball up and give it a bit of air and see what he can do. He's going to come in from the C end of the ground. He's got a slip and a short leg as the close fielders. And he's coming in around the wicket. In comes Crane and bowls, and Dickson drives handsomely through the covers. He's going to pick up at least one, and that's all he'll pick up, well footed by Tom Alsop, who gets in the throw. Spoke for the first time to Tom Alsop last night after the game and was speaking about how much he's enjoying himself here at Hove and how important it was for him to get some runs in this game. Always difficult, Sam, when you come to a new club and perhaps the first couple of innings you don't make runs. He just wanted to get a score, and I thought he batted very nicely on, whatever day was it, Friday.
And he'd have been under pressure.
Yes.
Like you say, he hadn't made a contribution to date.
In comes Crane and bowls, and leaves his full to ball of good length, plays it down the track. Crane fields, and there is no run. Thank you to Brian Owen has been touched. Hello, Brian, who's a very fine journalist with the Argus, the local paper in Brighton. He'd have been up at Wolverhampton yesterday. In comes Crane and bowls, and driven, clipped by Lees.
Hardest working man in the media.
Yes, he is. Nice.
Never has a day off.
No.
Or hardly ever.
Never complains.
The only man now on the Argus sports desk. He's an impressive...
Always polite.
Big fan of Brian, yeah.
Well fielded there by Rawlins, as in comes Crane again, round the wicket, bowls, and Lees clips this one through mid-wicket. It'll be like another single footed by Alsop. The relevance of Brian getting in touch is that he's in Havant this morning, and Brian says there is light drizzle in Havant, which is how far from here? Down beyond Chichester. So still a little way along the coast, to be honest.
Well, if Southampton's 50 miles, then it's probably 40 miles?
Yeah, maybe 30. Yeah. In comes Crane and bowls, and that's pitching outside the leg stump, and Dickson just pads up, and there is no run. Yes, Havant down towards Chichester. Well, I will be tomorrow. I'm having a day out to West Wittering tomorrow, Sam.
Very nice.
Looking forward to that. Day
with the dog?
Yeah, the day with the dog, running around on the beach. So it doesn't really matter what the weather is, as long as it's not raining is the main thing. As here comes Crane and bowls, and played by Dickson out into the offside.
Have you booked your parking space?
Dickson. I have, yeah. Dickson goes to 123, Durham to 195. Yeah, for those of you, at the end of Mason Crane's over, I should say, 3 singles coming off of it. Mason Crane, 12 overs, no maiden, no wicket for 50. Yes, you have to reserve a parking space down at West Wittering. For those of you listening up in the northeast, it's the most beautiful beach. When the tide goes out, it goes out for miles. It's right next door to Chichester. In fact, funnily enough, we talk about rain, and all of a sudden the sun has come out here at Hove, so maybe we're going to get away with it. Let's hope so. I was hearing actually on the radio this morning that as a beach or a town, was it in the northeast of England, has been voted the most beautiful town, seaside town in the UK.
I read that, and it's only got a population of 400 people.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't remember what it's called.
No, well, we'll look that up. But somewhere in the northeast has been voted the most beautiful seaside town. So we'll try and remember what that is.
So that's interesting. Ali Orr has continued under the helmet, even though Crocombe is continuing from the Cromwell Road end. They're putting a lot of stock in this idea that Lees might pop one up into the onside. We've also got a sort of leg slip as Crocombe bowls another short ball, which causes Dickson no trouble whatsoever. So Dickson is facing, but they obviously got a theory that something's going to pop up into the onside. I've not seen any evidence really yet. Interesting that Crocombe has bowled quite a few bouncers, so maybe they think he'll glove one or top edge one as he bowls. And that was probably the first sign that maybe there's something in that, because it was a leg-side-ish delivery, back of a length, which Dickson actually played very well off his hip, but it went one bounce just past the diving Delray Rawlins, who was at that leg slip or leg gully almost position. So they obviously have done their research and feel that both these players may offer something in that catching region on the onside. There's also probably suggests it's their strength, so there's always that balancing act between trying to bowl to a batsman's weakness, but which often turns out to be its strength, if that makes any sense at all, as Crocombe bowls. And that's another, there's definitely a plan here, that's another yes. Shortish delivery, which has Lees up on his toes, and he plays it safely into the ground for no run. I've never really, I don't have I've just been confused by what's coming into my ears. What's that then?
Yeah, so what's happening is that that's the programme that's going out on the radio in Sussex. So they're going to come to me in a moment
for an update,
and they'll ask for an update in the cricket. So you can keep going for a little while.
As Crocombe bowls, and again another short ball, Lees will not be tempted and is ducked under it. Quite an interesting, well, a little subplot here of this idea that short balls might prompt something. At the moment,
yes.
Neither batsman are playing ball. They're studiously ducking underneath these short deliveries from Crocombe. But what I was going to say is, how they come up with these plans. I know they've got Luke Dunning, the analyst, up in the balcony as Crocombe bowls. That's Fuller on off stump, and Lees plays.
I'll just do this update, Sam. Yes, thanks very much indeed, Joe. So far, no drizzle in Hove, though we do understand there is a bit of rain further along the coast. But Sussex desperate for wickets here. Durham 196 without loss. The magic figure for them is 315, after which they will have avoided an innings defeat. Sean Dickson batting beautifully. He's on 124. Alex Lees, the England opener, is on 63. But Sussex really needing a wicket. Meanwhile, down in Bristol, I'm afraid it's raining this morning. Gloucestershire 443 for 2. In reply to Surrey's 603 all out. That game almost certainly heading for a draw. Sorry to interrupt you, Sam. But
not at all. We missed one delivery, which was probably actually the closest to a chance we've had so far this morning. It was another short ball, this time on off stump, and Lees did flirt with it. And no edge. Mohammad Rizwan took it with a degree of excitement, and it was it was a good short ball. It got up around sort of chest, shoulder height, and Lees was tempted. So some encouragement from that plan.
Well, Mason Crane's going to carry on. Brian Owner, say the Argos journalist, said it started drizzling in Havant about half an hour ago, and our sports editor at BBC Radio Sussex and Surrey, Tim Durham, has been in touch. So it's 42 miles from Havant to Hove, apparently. So there we are. You're a good guess, Sam. You said 40. That's not bad. In comes Crane around the wicket, bowls and hits Dickson on the pad. The ball bounces out into the offside, and there is no run. Now, the village in the northeast of England that's been voted the nicest seaside town is the Northumberland village of Bamborough, with its sweeping sandy beach. As in comes Crane and bowls, played into the offside by Dickson, fielded by Rawlins, and there is no run. Overlooked by an imposing cliff-top castle, it's retained the title of Britain's best seaside destination. There we are. So,
wonder how long it will stay the best now everyone knows about it.
Well, that's the only trouble when somewhere gets a nomination like that. As in comes Crane around the wicket. That's a full toss driven down the ground, and Mason Crane did fortunately get away with that. Dickson slammed the ball straight back down the wicket. Crane did well to field of his own bowling. There is no run.
I wonder if we have anyone listening up in the northeast who is familiar. What's it called? Bamborough?
Bamborough. Bamburgh.
Bamborough.
In comes Crane and bowls, and again Dickson just pads up the ball, pitching outside the leg stump, so just thrusting the pad at the ball, because he knows he can't be given out LBW. No slip now, there's a short leg. Oh yes, there is a slip. Tom Clark is, I thought had gone to backward point, but he's in at slip. As in comes Crane again around the wicket, bowls, and again Dickson just pads the ball away into the offside. Hasn't quite got his line right here, Mason Crane. He'll be looking to turn the ball across the right-hander. But pitching outside of the leg stump, it's not very quite to be pitching the ball. In comes Crane, and this time again, Dickson just pads the ball away out into the offside. So much ado about nothing in that over. It's a maiden over for Mason Crane. As we said, no real signs here, Sam, that the ball is turning. Crane 13 overs, 1 maiden. That's his first maiden. No wicket for 50. Alex Lees on 63. Sean Dickson on 124. You listen to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Sam Keir this morning. Be lovely to have your company wherever you're listening from around the world today. We had messages from San Francisco, amongst other places, yesterday. Sussex.co.uk, or you can tweet at BBC Sussex Sport.
Henry Crocombe to bowl another over. He's in and bowls to Lees, who plays a nonchalant cut for 4 through quite a vacant area on the onside. There is cover on the leg side boundary, but that was crisply timed, and Ali Orr down there had no chance of cutting that off. That wasn't... the plan is to bowl these short balls, but that really didn't quite fit the strategy. It was more of a long hop and cut to the boundary by Lees for 4. He moves on to 67, and that's the 200 up for Durham. As Crocombe bowls a short ball again, this time over leg stump or just outside leg stump, and Lees gets under it. That's the one they want him to play, to hook. You've got Pujara at deep mid wicket. You've got Crane on the fine leg boundary, and you've got Ali Orr has now come under the helmet at a short leg. Delray Rawlins at the leg gully. So desperate for Lees to have a go at one of these short balls on leg stump as Crocombe bowls. And do you know what? It's gone straight up in the air. It was a short ball. Crane under it. Oh, he's dropped it. Oh dear. Well, Henry Crocombe has bowled to a plan, and it came off. And the only part that didn't work was the final part, which was the catch. No catch is an easy catch, but he should have taken that.
I'm afraid in professional cricket that was a catch that should have been taken. It was a top edge down to fine leg. Mason Crane was right underneath it. He's got his hands on his knees. He cannot believe that he's put that down, and that could be the chance. That could be the moment, because a wicket now. Yeah. And I'm not saying Durham wouldn't hold out for a draw, but you just cannot afford to drop a chance like that.
What's more, it's spilt over the boundary for 4 as Crocombe bowls. That is wideish, short of a length. Lees won't be tempted into that one. No run. That'll be incredibly frustrating for Henry Crocombe, because they are bowling to a plan, and Lees will be kicking himself playing the shot. It didn't need to play.
No, he didn't.
And it went straight up in the air. Crane had plenty of time to steady himself.
I thought he was in a good position.
Yeah,
Sam.
Absolutely. As Crocombe bowls short, and that tucks Lees up. It was up in the armpit, wasn't it? And he had to kind of nudge it down into the ground on the onside. I like this plan. It's easy to say when the chances come, but
no, absolutely.
It seems they've obviously done their homework on Lees, and I just feel for Henry Crocombe, because that would have been a big moment. I feel for Mason Crane as well. No one likes dropping a catch as Crocombe bowls Fuller. It's a good length delivery outside off stump, which Lees lets go. And that's 8 off the over. Well, how big a moment will that be, Adrian?
Well, huge. And cricket can be a very lonely game sometimes. And this is really good, isn't it? Cheteshwar Pujara is just coming across. He's the first man. He's running across to Mason Crane. I'm sure it's a pat on the back, and he's going to say, "Look," and he's just shaking his hand. That's nice to see. Nobody means to drop a catch. That's the truth of the matter. But it's pretty lonely. He's all the way down here at fine leg. Let's be honest. In a club game, you'd be annoyed if that was put down. Our effects mic is definitely playing up, so I'm going to go and do some work on that in a minute. So I'm going to leave you with Sam. So for a minute, you will not get any effects, but we're going to have a little play around with it and see what's going on up on the roof. But yeah, huge moment. Great to see Pujara doing that, just using his experience. But
everyone who's encountered him at the club that I've spoken to says he is the most charming, lovely man as Crane bowls into that. I think he's trying to hit the rough outside the leg stump. but it's quite full, the rough, so it's not too challenging for the batsman to pad it away, which is exactly what Dickson does, as Crane returns to his mark and is in, bowls, and that was very wide. So wide, in fact, it's been signalled a wide. You don't see that often in
You don't. So for a momentarily, Sam, you won't hear any outside noise at all. I'll just go and see what's going on. So it'll sound as if you're in a commentary box on your own.
Which I will be. That's Crane bowls. And again, padded away by Dickson. I guess Crane is hoping one will grip and turn and either beat that pad or force the batsman to play and find an edge, but it's not really doing much out of that rough at the moment. That was a little bit straighter, still pitching outside the leg stump, and Dickson once again pads it away. He will be happy to do that all day, you will imagine. So it may not be long before Crane has to think of a different plan as he is in and bowls. That's an interesting, better delivery. It was floated up, it was straighter, and it forced Dickson to play, which he did without any trouble, pushing to Tom Haynes at mid-wicket. Ali Orr under the helmet at short leg. I guess they'll be hoping he might come into play with this tactic. And Crane bowls one that Dickson pads away, and there's a little moment of excitement from Ali Orr under the helmet, but his bat was nowhere near it. No run. Final ball of the over as Crane bowls. Ooh, and that was, I don't know if that was an attempted googly, but it was short and it was flat, and Dickson pulled it round the corner for 3 in the end. It was a long chase for poor old Henry Crocombe to go and fetch the ball from fine leg. 3 runs, so 4 off the over. That all run 3, the 3 and the wide earlier in the over takes Durham to 208 without loss. Dickson 127, Lees 71. And it'll be Crocombe continuing, which he has earned after bowling well and producing that chance in the last over. I wonder how long it will be before we'll see the spin of Delray Rawlins as well. But at the moment, Crocombe, bowling to his plan and made something happen the last over. Let's see if he can do the same again, hopefully be able to rely on his fielders for any further chances. There's a bit of a discussion going on at the top of the mark. Haynes and Henry Crocombe. Almost looks like he's kind of thing you might do when you're cramping in your legs, but I'd be amazed if that's happening. Anyway, Crocombe is in, bowls short as you would expect, and Dickson ducks under it. Same plan to both batsmen, Adrian. Short from Crocombe, looking for exactly what happened in the last over. Yes. And that leg side field, we've now got a short mid-on, a short leg, a leg gully, a fine leg, and a deep square leg. So do I carry on doing this one? Yeah,
you carry on.
Henry Crocombe in, bowls. Oh, and that got big as well, didn't it?
Yeah.
There's a length just outside, well, for Dickson, just outside the off stump, where it seems to get big on the batsman. And that's probably the area to probe.
Well, definitely. And you just think about that wicket, that catch from Mason Crane. If it had been taken, and I don't know if a little nick there from Dickson, he might be a few jitters in the Durham dressing room.
As Crocombe was in, bowls short again, and a bit like Keanu Reeves in The Matrix, Sean Dickson sort of swerves out the way as if it was a bullet in The Matrix.
Is that a film?
Yeah, about 20 years old.
Oh, really? Is it? I'm really awful on films. I have no idea. Although I'm going to the cinema this week. Guess what I'm going to see?
Oh, this will be a fun game. Hang on, let me have a think. As Crocombe turns top of his mark near the sponsor's logo that is on the grass and runs in, bustling, full delivery on off stump or middle and off, which Dickson plays a sort of classical straight drive, which Tom Haynes is after, running from his position at mid-on, and they run 3. plenty of space for these threes to be run. We've seen one this over, one last over, because Sussex are hunting wickets. Right, let's have a think what's out at the moment. What would Adrian go and see?
I don't go very often. So the last film I went to see was the new Bond movie, which wasn't that new.
As Crocombe bowls short to Lees, and he ducks underneath that. I have you down as sort of a heartwarming family drama. No, I can't see you as a sort of an action film man. I'm not sure world cinema is your bag. Not the new Nicolas Cage film.
You know me too well, Sam. That's the trouble.
Well, you'll have to tell me after this ball.
Okay.
I can't think. Crocombe in bowls. Again, short, but it doesn't really get up on Lees, who just is on the back foot and plays that without any trouble at all. And there is no run. 3 from Crocombe's over. If he's got another one in him, I'd probably persist, but I don't think it'll be long before we see Delray Rawlings into the attack.
Yes, I agree. 211 without loss. Dickson 130. Lees is on 71. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle. A very good morning wherever you're listening from. In fact, we do have a listener who, of all places, is on the M25, which is Benjamin. Hi, Benjamin. He says, I'm tuning in from the M25 as I drive up to Manchester to watch Brentford play United tomorrow evening. So that sounds like a Sussex fan who's, I don't know if he's a Brentford fan or a Manchester United fan. Perhaps you could let us know, Benjamin. Hopefully we get these 10 Durham wickets and get a much-needed first 4-day win for far too long. I've liked the look of Beard on debut. You know how likely it is Sussex could keep him all season. So lots of things in that email that we'll try and address over the next couple of overs. But first of all, Mason Crane comes in to bowl to Sean Dickson, who drives beautifully through extra cover. Well fielded on the boundary by Tom Alsop, who prevents anything more than a single and gets a nice round of applause from a fairly sparse crowd here at Hove. But nonetheless, Dickson goes to 131, Durham to 212 without loss.
A couple of hundred tops in, would you say, Adrian? A couple of hundred people tops in?
Yes, I would think so, yes. Just to say, the cloud away to the west is just getting a little lower, but sort of playing at the moment, which is the good news. In comes Crane, bowls, and Lees just plays into the hands of short leg on the bounce before Sussex supporters get excited. All fields, and there is no run. A slip and a short leg, keeping Alex Lees company. He's on 71. Durham 212 without loss. The magic figure 315 as Lees clips onto the leg side and gets a comfortable single. Rawlings runs to his left at mid-wicket to field. One more to Lees. He goes to 72. And after Durham have reached 315, which will be in another 102 runs' time, in positive territory. And
I've got it. I know what film you're going to see.
Okay. In comes Crane and bowls, and padding up is Dickson. That was slightly more dangerous in that the ball didn't seem to pitch that far outside of the leg stump. But there is no run. Go on.
Downton Abbey?
Yes, of course.
How could it be anything else?
I am.
Are you a big fan?
Well, in comes Crane around the wicket and bowls, and again Dickson pads up, the ball bounces in front of me on the offside, and there is no run. Do you know what, Sam? I'd never ever watched Downton Abbey at all before lockdown.
Okay.
And during lockdown, I think we all had to find things to sort of keep us occupied.
You really were desperate.
I had a bad time in lockdown. In comes Crane and bowls, and Dickson drives to mid-off, fielded by Aaron Beard, and there is no run. End of the over, 213 without loss. Dickson 131, Lees on 72, Crane 15 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 56. And I have to say, I did quite enjoy it. And so I know there is a Downton movie out, and my wife said, "Oh, should we go and watch it?" And I thought, well. Yes,
they go to the south of France, don't they? I've seen the trailer.
I really don't know. But
and what's she called? Lady, who's the main, the sort of doyenne of the family?
I can't even remember what they're called now.
I think she has a hidden past in the south. Well, that's based on the trailer, which I think we have got a change of bowling at the Cromwell Road end. It'll be George Burrows.
There was one episode of Downton that we watched, and it did feature a cricket match.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and they were playing cricket, and I think
What sort of staff versus
yeah,
the family?
I think it might have been, and I think Lord, whatever his name was,
Yeah.
playing. And I think he got a few. He looked quite happy.
Yeah, well, you can't give the boss out LBW.
No. And I think one of the sort of the labourers was a quick bowler or something. Sort of comes roaring into the blacksmith or something. But anyway, so that's what I'll be doing on Wednesday night. Exciting life that I lead.
Well, I quite like going to the cinema, but I have to say I won't be going to
watch
see Downton Abbey. But maybe I should give it a go. As Burrows is in, and that plan that Crocombe had of bowling short balls will continue, it seems, because Burrows' first delivery is a short one, which Lees ducks under.
Interestingly, Sam, when you reach a certain age, of which I've reached that age, when you go to the local cinema, I think it's various times during the week, and only for certain movies, you do get in for, I think it's a £5, and you get tea and biscuits.
Silver screen, isn't it called?
Sorry, I think it is called that, yeah. I mean, it is a bit depressing.
Tea and biscuits, I mean...
Yeah, it's not sort of beer and crisps, but...
I imagine Downton will be full then. As Burrows bowls and Lees tucks it off his hip into the onside, and sprightly Ali Orr fields from short leg before chucking the ball with vigour to Mohammad Rizwan behind the stumps. I mustn't. I haven't seen Downton Abbey, so I can't possibly start slating it. I can see why on a Sunday evening, bit of escapism, isn't it?
Yeah.
Don't want to get myself...
Or during lockdown.
Or during lockdown, which felt like Sunday evening most days.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, it really did.
As Burrows approaches the wicket, bowls another short one, and that is pulled by Lees. Orr is forced to take evasive action at short leg, and Pujara sweeps round the onside boundary, fields it. It's 1 run, but it was also a no ball, overstepping Burrows. So an extra 3 to the total, because you get 2 for a no ball, don't you?
You do?
Yeah.
But interesting about cinema on TV, and actually linking into that seaside town up in the northeast. I went a couple of weeks ago. A good friend of mine was 60, and so we went down and spent a couple of days down in the beautiful Cornish village I'd never been to before, Port Isaac.
Oh, lovely.
Where they filmed Doc Martin.
Okay.
And that was
that's Martin Clunes, is it?
It is Martin Clunes, yeah, and it is the most beautiful place, Port Isaac. Now, if you're talking about lovely seaside towns, I would imagine it hasn't got a lovely sweeping beach.
No.
That's sort of round the corner at Padstow and Polzeath, but it's a part of the country I don't really know at all, but it was absolutely beautiful.
Burrows in and bowls, and that is back of a length on sort of middle and off, and Dickson, as is his wont, tucks it into the onside. Is there sort of coves and rocks?
Yes, it was. Yeah, and we went for a lovely walk along the cliffs, and this is probably incredibly boring for everyone else, but we ended up at a place called Port Quinn,
right?
Which I thought might have at least have a coffee shop or an ice cream shop or something, but there was nothing at Port Quinn.
Burrows with his bounding run up. Oh dear! He was into his delivery stride, and the ball didn't come out. It went behind him, and that's a dead ball. I like Burrows' run up. It's sort of very measured, controlled, almost like a slow motion sprinter with those hands going up and down like pistons.
Yes,
a very upright, straight spine. At which he is doing now as he comes in to bowl at short, and it sort of died a bit actually out of the pitch. Didn't quite reach Mohammad Rizwan, but Dickson was able to get underneath it nonetheless, and there is no run. Yeah, well, talking about the northeast coast, not a place I know at all, but it sounds like it should be. It sounds, stunning and not full of people like Cornwall is.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, actually, Cornwall. We were down the week before Easter, just for 2 or 3 days in between cricket matches, and it wasn't that busy. But I can imagine.
Burrows bounding in bowls. That one got up, so much so that it beat Mohammad Rizwan, who's not a tall man. And it was down to who's number 14?
Aaron Beard.
Aaron Beard, of course. Excuse, it's all these low knees.
No, I know, absolutely.
Aaron Beard does a fielding, and there is 1 bye.
Now, No, absolutely. And it was lovely down in Cornwall. The story of Port Quin, though, Sam, is quite a sad story. There's only a couple of houses there, but there used to be a village there. But back in many a long day ago, there was a terrible storm off the coast of Cornwall. I'll tell you more after the end is over.
Burrows switching to round the wicket to the left-handed Lees, who attempts to pull a short ball and doesn't get hold of it, and it goes straight to Delray Rawlins, who's at that sort of leg gully or backwards square leg, quite short in, and there's no run. That concludes the over, 217 without loss, and what have we had? Almost an hour's play, and I think the odds on the draw are shortening with every delivery.
No, I would agree. The breakthrough hasn't come. I suppose the next sort of landmark as far as Sussex are concerned is the new ball, which is available in 15 overs, but that's another hour away. We're going to be nearly at lunch, and I totally agree. Sussex desperate for a breakthrough. So just the story of Port Quin was there was a terrible storm when the men of the village went out in their lifeboat, which in those days would have been pretty much not more than a rowing boat, and they went out to rescue a ship, and sadly everybody on that lifeboat died. So all the men in the village perished. And so left a lot of widows and children, which is a desperately sad story. And after that, I think the village of Port Quin became pretty deserted. So we walked from Port Isaac to Port Quin, where there was a couple of National Trust properties, I forget now, but a couple of cottages there. But the most important thing was that the clifftop walk was beautiful, and it was a lovely part of the world. Benjamin has been back in touch, who's on the M25, and he says, thanks for reading my email, Adrian. I am indeed a Sussex-based Brentford fan. Born and raised in Brighton, but with family connections in West London, hence been a Brentford season ticket holder since the age of 4. Gives me the interesting combination of being a Brentford and Sussex fan, which has mixed results in the last few years. So I'm going to ask you a question, Sam, because I know you're a massive cricket fan, massive rugby fan, not so much a football fan. So Brentford used to play at Griffin Park. They've now moved to another new ground, which I think they share with, they might share with London Irish. Well, there certainly is some rugby played there. So what was unique about Griffin Park, which was Brentford's former home? And it's nothing to do with football. Well, it's the ground to do with football, but there's...
It's not the one with pubs and all four corners.
It is.
No.
Good call. Well done. Well done. Yeah. There's a pub in each corner of the ground. As in comes Mason Crane, around the wicket and bowl, full toss, hammered away by Dickson, and he rather got away with them, did Mason Crane. Good bit of fielding by Rawlins, who was in at short extra and did well to stop that because Dickson middled that.
It stung his finger, didn't it?
Yes, that would have been ouch. Slip is the only close fielder. As in comes Crane, around the wicket, bowls short, pulled away. Now this should be out. Pulled up into the air. Burrows is underneath it. No, it isn't. Should be out. I thought it was going to carry to George Burrows, who's fouling at deep mid wicket, and now that was horrible cricket. So the throw came in from Burrows. In fact, it didn't cost Sussex runs. So let me explain. It was a short delivery, pulled by Dickson onto the leg side. It fell between Burrows, who was running in from deep mid wicket, and Pujara, who was running round from mid on. It wasn't a chance. But then the throw came in and it went past Mason Crane. Tom Alsop was backing up, so there wasn't an overthrow. And at the end of all of that, it's 2 more to Dickson, who goes to 133. Crane in again. And Dickson, well, he thought about padding up and didn't offer a shot, and the ball went past the off stump.
That was very strange. It almost pitched on off stump.
Yeah.
And luckily for Dickson, it did turn. But he was in two minds there, wasn't he?
He's getting a little tired, Sean Dickson. In comes Crane and bowls. Dickson pads up on the leg side, and there is no run. So a shot where he could easily have holed out to deep mid wicket. So there has been a couple of chances. The dropped catch by Mason Crane off the bowling of Henry Crocombe. Sean Dickson giving half a chance. As in comes Crane again. Dickson solidly forward, plays to short extra cover, and there is no run.
It is a day where Sussex will and probably would have had to have taken every chance.
Yes. Yeah, I agree. In comes Crane again, bowled beautifully played by Dickson. As far as Rawlins, he fields well in the covers. Good cricket all round, good throw in. End of the over, 219 without loss. Dickson 133, Lees on 73. So thank you very much, Benjamin, for getting in touch. A Sussex-based Brentford fan.
Of course, not the only Sussex-based Brentford fan. There's a very famous Sussex-based Brentford fan with a link to Sussex cricket, a strong link to Sussex cricket.
Wow, is it?
Dressing room attendant Rob Body.
Oh, right. He's a big Brentford fan.
You can often, if you're out with Rob Body, and it gets past a certain time, you'll often hear a shout from the end of the bar of UBs.
All right.
So he ticks both boxes, like Benjamin, of being a loyal Sussex and Brentford fan.
Well, it's great you're here today, Sam. We've got two things. We've heard about Rob. What's his surname?
Who were we talking about?
Rob, in the dressing room attendant.
Rob Body, sorry.
Rob Body.
Yeah.
And we've heard about the radar in the groundsman's hut when Andy Mackay was here.
George Burrows bowls, back of a length, Lee's on the back foot, plays correctly off the back foot defensively for no run.
If you wanted to join our chatter, please do so. We are sussexcricket at bbc.co.uk. Myself, Adrian Hunt, and Sam Kerr on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle. The cloud is a little lower away to the west, but famous last words, I don't think rain is imminent. That's not to say it's not going to rain later, but it looks okay at the moment.
Burrows in and bowls. Another short ball, and this time Elise is on top of that, rolls the wrists, and there'll be one run out to Henry Crocombe at deep mid-wicket. Yeah, looking out the window to our left, I can see sort of a ridge of dark clouds which looks a bit weather fronty. But I think whatever shower we get, it hopefully won't last long. But time is not on Sussex's side.
No.
Of course, Durham will be I must remember to be even in my assessment.
Course.
And Durham will be delighted for any time lost, although they're doing a pretty good job themselves of seeing this game to safety. Burrows in bowls, and that is tucked into the onside straight to Ali Orr by Dickson. So Burrows coming over the wicket to the right-handed Dickson and round the wicket to the left-handed Lees.
Bradley Robson's been in touch. Hello, Bradley. I'm presuming up in the northeast. Sounds like a Durham fan. He says, thanks to recent weeks and seasons, events and collapses from Durham, I'm still not comfortable. If Sussex can get 2 or 3 quickly here, they're still right in the game. But so far, Lees and Dickson looking good. They're looking really good and very secure.
Well, apart from that chance, that golden chance, as Burrows bowls short, very short, and it balloons off the pitch. It was wide as well outside the off stump, and Dickson dismissively ducks underneath it. Rizwan, the keeper, takes the ball on its way down. It was sort of ballooned up, didn't it? And I think possibly the pitch is becoming a little bit too pace, but we've only really seen from the seamers the middle portion of the pitch hit, haven't we? We've seen not many full deliveries, that's for sure, which was obviously a deliberate ploy this morning, cooked up amongst the Sussex Brains Trust up on the balcony. Luke Dunning, the analyst, alongside the coaches, as Burrows approaches the crease, and that is a short ball that is cut by Dickson for 4 runs. Mason Crane is at third man. He didn't see it. He sort of made that statuesque pose, which suggests where is it, but I don't think he'd have got there anyway. And that's 4 more to the total. Dickson moves on to 137 and Durham 224 without loss.
Good shot, wasn't it? Too much width from George Burrows, and he's waited for the bad ball, and when it's come, sign of a good player. He just smashed the ball through backward point for
2 nice cuts he's played, hasn't he? It's obviously a strong area for him. It wasn't a good ball, but here comes Burrows with a chance to redeem himself. Another short one, and Dickson ducks underneath it, and that concludes the over. 5 from it. Durham 224 without loss. Dickson 137, Lees 74. I think if I was captain, which would be a very dark day for Sussex indeed, I would probably bring Delray Rawlins into the attack.
Yes, it's intriguing as well, because the other bowler who hasn't bowled, and I'm a little because in the first innings, Tom Clark 17 overs, 8 maidens, 3 for 21. He's only bowled a couple of overs so far in this innings. I don't know whether perhaps he's got a slight injury or whether there's a reason that Tom Clark isn't bowling, but he bowls at a brisk medium, I would say. Actually, he's almost medium fast, Tom Clark, but he has this ability to nag away at the batsman. And
he's tall, so when he hits the seam, it seems to do a bit. But yeah, he was a little bit expensive yesterday evening, wasn't he? So I don't know whether he's tired. He batted scored a 50 in Sussex.
Yeah, I mean, he's only bowled 2 overs in the innings, which is a bit surprising. There is one other game going on in Division 2 of the County Championship, which also seems to be heading for a draw. Up at Derby, where Sussex drew a couple of weeks ago, Derbyshire in their second innings are 222 for 2, leading by 203. Wayne Madsen on 76. Brooke Guest, who made 100 in the first innings, on 72. So heading for a draw in that one. There are games in the First Division, 2 of them delayed by rain. No play before lunch at Bristol in the game between Gloucester and Surrey. As in comes Mason Crane, bowls to Lees, who struck on the pad. There's a stifled appeal.
Oh, he beat Lees there, didn't he? That was a full shot. He's actually looked more threatening bowling to the left-handed Lees than to Dickson, who has been able just to pad things away.
It's bowling into those bowlers' footmarks as in comes Crane again, bowls, and Lees smothers the spin and plays onto the onside to Henry Crocombe, who feels at backward square leg. One more to Lees. He goes to 75, 225 without loss. At Southampton, they're not playing delayed due to rain, so I think that probably scuppers any hopes of a Lancashire win, although they were a long shot anyway. And no play before lunch in Bristol. 2 games they are playing in, both in the sort of eastish of the country. At Chelmsford, where Essex are 194 for 4, still trailing Northants by 3 runs. In comes Crane and bowls. Forward comes Dickson, who just eases that 3-point. They've taken one. I think they'll think about coming back for a second, but they decide against it as Tom Alsop is quickly in from the cover boundary to field. One more to Dickson. He goes to 138. Matt Critchley just out for 47. The Essex batsman and leg spinner, who was formerly at Derbyshire. And the other game is at Headingley, which I'll give this score in a minute. Ben Compton yet again in the runs for Kent, released by Nottinghamshire last season, but scoring bucket loads of runs for Kent. As in comes Crane, bowls to Lees, and that was in the air just past the diving Ali Orr, who is at short leg, but Lees picks up another single. He goes to 76.
Looks much more threatening against Lees with the ball turning into the left-hander. That was the sort of first bat pad combination we've seen, and wasn't a chance, but it's certainly caused a little bit of excitement for Ali Orr, who was, sorry, I'll cut off here.
That's right. In comes Crane, bowls, and Dickson plays into the onside to mid-wicket, fielded there by the Sussex skipper Tom Haynes, and there is no run, still just the one slip in place. Crane in his 17th over, figures of none for 61 at the moment. He's in again, bowls, and forward is Dickson, plays that into the offside, fielded by Rawlings at extra cover. There is no run. End of the over, 227 without loss.
Good over from Crane, that.
Yeah, Dickson 138, Lees on 76, Crane at 17 overs, one made, 0 for 61. Yeah, that game at Headingley, Kent 166 for 4 in their second innings, still trailing by 114. Ben Compton 84 not out. So he's been in terrific form. I'm not suggesting for 1 minute he will get picked for England, but if you were talking about players who are in form, Ben Compton is, what an extraordinary turnaround, released by Nottinghamshire, gets picked up by Kent and scores runs for fun.
So he went to Zimbabwe in the winter, didn't he, and scored a load of runs there. Is that right?
Quite possibly. You know more than I do.
Well,
Sam.
I don't want to get it wrong, but I think he went and had a fantastic winter over there. Someone will correct me, and apologies if I've got that wrong. But it's interesting. So he's sort of playing the role that Sean Dickson played at Kent until quite recently, until he came to Durham. Sean Dickson seems like he made some big scores in his time at Kent. He's a guy that goes big when he gets in, but they let him go, and now he's scoring runs for Durham as Burrows comes in, bowls, back of a length, tucked into the onside by Lees for an easy single. Henry Crocombe does the fielding, running in from deep mid-wicket, and Lees moves on to 77. Dickson now facing on 138.
Mark Smith has been in touch. I'll read his email at the end of the over, Sam, but I said we have people listening in from all over the world. You never know who's listening, which is the wonderful thing about this job. And Mark is listening in Melbourne.
How fantastic. What an honour, genuinely, to be able to bring this to people all around the world. It's a thrill, really. as Burrows comes in, his arms sort of like those pistons on a steam engine, you know what I mean? Up and down.
Yes.
It's a short ball, which Dickson kind of half short arm pulls into the onside, and there's no run.
Have you been to Melbourne?
I've never been to Australia.
Right.
Have you?
I have, and in fact, I
thought that's why you were asking.
No. Well, it was sort of linked to trains in a funny sort of way, because just outside of Melbourne we had some friends.
As Burrows approaches the crease, bowls fuller and still tucked into the onside. That was sort of more straightish, but tucked on the back foot by Dickson for an easy single.
And there is a steam train that runs just outside of Melbourne, and I think it's called the Dandenong Hills, something like that. I'm sure Mark will let me know when I've read his email, but there they have a steam train that runs, and it's called Puffing Billy.
Yeah.
Well, I loved it. The train goes along with the steam, and
that's great.
Yeah, and you sit on Puffing Billy.
Talking of Puffing Billy, here's George Burrows, who has he's not puffing yet, what is he, in his third over of his spell, but he does have that rhythmic approach to the crease. It was no run there, he bowled, it was again a back foot defensive shot by Lees. But yeah, he's got the characteristic of a noble steam train.
Who's this wandering around? That looks like Sean Hunt to me, who's walking around. Is it Sean Hunt?
And Daniel Ibrahim.
Right, Daniel Ibrahim, who's
on 12-man duties. Burrows in, bowls short again, and Lees pulls that round the corner, rolls the wrists again, safely past Delray Rawlins at that leg gully to Mason Crane on the fine leg boundary. There is one run.
Yes, they brought around some drinks.
Yeah.
He looks. Daniel Ibrahim. You know when you get a boxing match and you get a trainer in the corner. He's got his towel over his shoulders, ready to sort of treat the boxer after the end of the round. He's got that towel wrapped round him as if he's sort of going to look after a boxer at the end of the round.
Do we have any idea the prognosis for Daniel and his shoulder?
A few weeks, I think.
Right. That's a great loss. Burrows in short. It doesn't really get up, but Dickson gets underneath it, leaves it well alone, and that concludes the over, which went 1 dot, 1 dot, 1 dot. So a digital over. That's how digital code, isn't it? Ones and zeros.
Yes, I noticed Danny Ibrahim actually out in the outfield doing some things this morning, and he was just throwing the ball with his left arm, just underarming it. So it looks like he's hurt his right shoulder in that opening game against Notts. So let's read Mark's email. It says, enjoying the commentary, listening from Melbourne, Australia, originally from Battle in East Sussex. I played a few games with the ex-captain Mike Yardy at Battle Cricket Club in the younger days before he moved to Hastings Priory, and then, of course, Sussex. His father, Howard, coached me. I'm watching live on YouTube as I complete some late Sunday evening work here. And Mark's email address suggests that he might be a teacher. I don't know, we'll see. But if you're listening and we're keeping you company, maybe it's a bit of preparation for lessons tomorrow, or
last minute marking.
Who knows?
Yeah.
He'll let us know. But no, it's going to be Mason Crane. One of my great sporting memories, actually, Sam. It's probably very boring, so I've said it a couple of times, but it was a great sporting memory. As in comes Mason Crane, flicking the ball from hand to hand, running in from the C end of the ground, 230 without loss. Oh, that's a full toss, that's a horrible ball. Pulled away onto the leg side. In fact, it should have gone over the stands, really. But it was pulled by Alex Lees, actually to deep mid-wicket. And it's just a single. I thought I lost track of the ball, which shows maybe the light isn't that great, as maybe that slightly darker cloud drifts in. But it was a full toss, and I expected that to see it disappearing into the stands for 6. But it's just a single. Lees goes to 79, and Durham to 231 without loss. Might have to start trawling through the record books in a minute, as in comes Crane and bowls. A little bit of maybe extra bite and a bit of extra lift there from Crane, or bounce, I should say, not lift. Dickson plays it comfortably enough, and there is no run onto the leg side. Dickson remains on 139. Crane has a little natter away to the Sussex skipper Tom Haynes. Crane back to his mark, and he's in again. Slip goes down. Dickson is forward, and now that was an edge, and that goes past the slip fielder Tom Clark, who's in hot pursuit down towards the third man boundary. Nonetheless, Dickson comes back to for a couple of runs. He goes to 141. I just wonder if he's getting a bit weary, Sean Dickson. He played that shot onto the leg side where the ball fell between two fielders. He's been out on the field for a long, long time, pretty much 2 days in the field while Sussex ratcheted up this big score. And now there's a bit of a delay. Now, what's going on? The umpire is having a word to Alex Lees about something. I don't know about what. Let's just wait and see. He looks a little
miffed, yeah.
He does look miffed. I don't know about. Do you think he was running down the pitch, or do you think something was said? I mean, the game has been played in an excellent spirit, but certainly umpire Blackwell was having a word. I'm not so sure he's not on his radio,
Floodlights on?
Well, he's looking towards the dressing room. I have to say, I lost track of that shot from Alex Lees, the six. So I just wonder whether the light really isn't that good.
Well, Lees is looking up to the Durham balcony. I don't know what happened there.
It sounds like a motorbike around the back of the pavilion into our effects mics. I hope
that sounds like the maintenance man, Gary's little ride on tractor.
In comes Crane, bowls to Dickson, who pads up again outside the leg stump, and there is no run. Gary's tractor, it sounds sort of like sounds a bit like a motorbike, doesn't it?
Throaty.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Yes, Delray Rawlins is warming up as well. Oh, he's turned it off now. In comes Crane round the wicket bowls, and Dickson driving firmly to mid-off. There is.
He's grown into this spell there.
Yes, he has.
I think he's bowling nicely now, forcing the batsman to at least think about the shot they play rather than just padding it away.
Comes Crane, bowls, and outside
turn.
Yeah, a little bit of turn into the gloves of Rizwan. No, end of a good over from Mason Crane, 230 without loss, apart from the full toss. Dickson 141 at Lees on 79. I wonder if the lights are coming on, because the light is certainly totally playable, no question about that, but the cloud is just a little lower coming in from the west, and we don't know there is rain about in the English Channel. It's raining in Southampton. So my story in Melbourne was I was very fortunate, Sam, in 1991 to go to the Boxing Day test in Melbourne.
Oh, wow.
And on Boxing Day, it was a tour for which David Gower was selected, fairly controversially, because he hadn't really made any runs during the preceding summer, but he was selected. And I remember our Australian friend saying, how on earth was Gower not automatic choice, because he is such a fine player. Anyway, on Boxing Day, he came out to bat, I think after tea, and as he walked to the wicket in front of those, I think the South Stand was being rebuilt, so there was about 60 or 70,000 people inside the MCG. As he walked out of the pavilion, the ground rose as one and applauded him all the way to the wicket. It was an amazing moment, and he scored 100. That went into the next day.
Yeah, I'd love to.
It was just brilliant. Real. I know there's a lot of rivalry between England and Australia, but that was recognition of a true. That was the tour when he went up in the Tiger Moth with John Morris. But it was just a wonderful moment. And I think the Aussies thought, well, so what if he went up in a Tiger Moth? He scores lots of runs.
Kind of larrikin behaviour that goes down well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Little bending the rules. Delray Rawlins into the attack at the Cromwell Road end. I didn't think it would be long, particularly after Mason Crane starting to cause a little bit of trouble from the sea end. Let's see what happens with spin from Cromwell Road end, and that's flighted from Rawlins, and Lees meets it on the bounce and pushes it into the covers where Tom Alsop fields. Rawlins quickly back to his mark and bowls, and again that's full, and Lees, it's bread and butter for Alex Lees. That was full pitched. He might have even met it on the full, and he drives it just past the bowler on the offside for 4 runs. Need to let the pitch do its bit as a spinner. Delray just struggling a little bit to find his length there as he's in bowls. That's better. And Lees goes back and plays that straight delivery respectfully back to Delray Rawlins, who is in and bowls. Again, good length. Lees comes forward this time. Forward defence, no run. Yeah, one of my best friends has moved to Australia a few years ago. He lives in Perth. And I'd love to go over there and watch a test match as Rawlins bowls on leg stump, and that is tucked into the onside, no run. But the pandemic has made travel difficult, particularly to Australia. So who knows, maybe the next Ashes tour I'll get out there. I need to start saving.
You do. End of the over. 237 without loss.
I'm conscious I missed that last ball. No. It completed the over.
Quite okay. Mark has been back in touch from Melbourne, and I was talking about Puffing Billy, and he said Puffing Billy is correct. It's a narrow gauge, and many, he says in inverted pommes, live in the Dandenong Ranges. Dandenong. I can never pronounce that. Dandenong Ranges. He says it's lovely but cold at this time of year.
Dandenong.
I took my daughters on that at Christmas. Well done for riding. It's lovely. Really, it's one of those trains you go along, you sit in the car, you can dangle your legs out. Probably health and safety wouldn't allow it over here, would they? Because you have to sit down and have a seatbelt on and probably wear a crash helmet as well. But not on Puffin Billy. In comes Crane around the wicket bowls and driven by Dickson through the onside. He picks up one and goes to 141, and Durham to 238 without loss. Now we've had an email from Australia. Which country do you think the next email has come from, Sam, which is probably slightly unfair, but it's across the other side of the world?
Canada.
How did you guess that?
Is it?
Yes, it is. Well done.
Well, I just drew a straight line
well
up.
done. In comes Crane, bowls, and clipped by Lees down to long on.
I thought it's got to be an English-speaking country. I thought it'd be odd if they were. Well, I suppose it could be an English speaker living in, but I thought probably somewhere Commonwealthy.
Yeah,
so, yeah,
it is. Lees to 84, Durham 239 without loss. Two slips in place, short extra cover. In comes Crane around the wicket bowls to Dickson, who clips beautifully on the leg side. Runs here. It's going to be 4 runs. I don't think Pujara catch that up. It's racing towards the boundary. Will it get there? It does.
Great
Dribbles over the fence. And as Sam says, lovely shot. It was just beautifully timed. It was clipped and caressed through mid-wicket by Sean Dickson.
And perfectly placed.
Yeah.
To the vacant area.
He's within 4 of his 150. And Durham 243 with that loss. We might need someone up in Durham to start thumbing through the record books, because this stand has got that feel of sort of record opening partnership, certainly against Sussex. We know that, but I don't know what the all-time. We'll have to have a little look through some archives as in comes Crane and bowls, and forward comes
334 not out, Adrian.
Dickson.
No, the record partnership.
Right, you've looked that up.
I have.
Well done, you.
But it was not in Championship cricket. That was against Oxford University, so that's a slight asterisk against it. I don't know what it is in Championship cricket.
In comes Crane and bowls, and Dickson clips this back to the square on the leg side. More runs here, certainly 1 and possibly 2. They're going to come back for the second. They'll have to get a bit of a move on, which they do, because Crocombe gets the throw in, but not before Dickson comes back with a couple of runs as a trolley makes its way around the back of the media centre here. Maybe with some cakes or something on for later. We shall see.
Wishful thinking.
Or some refreshments for people sitting away to our right-hand side. 2 slips, short leg. In comes Crane and bowls, and Dickson pads up the ball into the offside. There is no run. So it's Jackson Bradley who's been in touch, and he says bonjour from Quebec City.
So not even in English speaking. That was very narrow-minded of me. Yeah.
I, for one, am a fan of Downton Abbey that we were talking about a little earlier on. Not a desperate choice at all. He says the cricket episode is a favourite. I'd completely forgotten the new movie was coming out. Some time ago, I was delighted to find out Jim Carter, who is Carson. So Carson is sort of the butler, who is sort of very very loyal servant of the family. He's a big cricket fan and former chairman of the Hampstead Cricket Club. Hoping for a wicket soon, listening over breakfast on the BBC Sport Act. Great commentary from the both of you. Thank you, Jack. Lovely to hear from you.
Delray Rawlins to start a new over. That's flighted, and Lees bends on the front foot. Gave that a bit of air, Delray, which I think is the right thing to do. See if he can tempt Lees into an extravagant shot. Bowls his overs quickly, Delray, doesn't he? As he's in bowls, and that's flighted again, and again Lees meets it almost on the full, and drives it straight back to Rawlins. There is no run. I feel I should issue my first official apology on the BBC for slating Downton Abbey. As Rawlins bowls, identical delivery, and Lees again just half drives it back to mid-on, and there is no run.
You didn't slate it at all. You said it wasn't your...
Not my cup of tea.
No, that's fine.
not my cup of tea or biscuits at the silver screen, as Rawlins bowls a bit shorter and Lees tucks that into the onside. Again, no run. No alarms in this over. Lees will be very happy just to push these back, which is why I think Rawlins is trying to do the right thing by tossing it up. There's no point in spearing it in because Lees will just bat it back all day long. He seems very content just to occupy the crease, which is what we want to see from England openers. And that had something a little bit in it, as Rawlins again tossed it up. It sort of gripped a little bit, and Lees, who was defending on the front foot, found a sort of thickish outside edge, and it squirted away just behind the square on the offside. Just a one run from that delivery. Pujara in council with Rawlins. Cheteshwar Pujara seems to be very good at offering advice all around the ground, and you know, a man with his experience, it'd be crazy for him not to be doing that. I wonder what he said there. A great player of spin, so I'm sure he's got a few tips on how the spinner can outthink the batsman as Rawlins bowls. That's short-ish, and Dickson cuts it for one out to Henry Crocombe at deep mid-wicket. That completes the over. 2 from it. Durham 247 for none. Sean Dickson now on 149 not out, one away from his 150. Yeah, that record partnership against Oxford University in 1996. Stuart Hutton 172 not out, and I think it's Michael Rosebery.
Yes, wasn't Michael Rosebery formerly of Middlesex?
Yes, he's got 145 not out in that game. Yes, well done, Middlesex. And then 3 years at Durham, and then he went back to Middlesex.
So the record, Sam, is 3-4
unbeaten.
3-4-4, okay. In comes Crane, bowls to Dickson, looks to clip that on the leg side, but gets a rather outside edge. The ball goes all along the ground into the covers, but that was the reason for the U's and the R's. Bradley's been back in touch, who we suspected was a Durham fan, and it's great to have you listening, Bradley. Thank you for getting in touch. He says, I'm watching from home in Newcastle. Watching the live stream as in comes Crane, and that's a full toss and driven away by Dickson onto the leg side. It should be cut off by Burrows, and it is down at deep mid-wicket. In fact, only a single, and the applause around the ground is for 150 from Sean Dickson, who raises his bat towards the Durham players, all standing on the balcony, applauding away. He raises his bat and then goes down the wicket, shakes hands with Alex Lees. That's a wonderful innings from Sean Dickson. Let's not forget that Durham came into bat having spent the best part of a couple of days in the field, and these two have set about their task in exemplary manner. He's on 150. Crane in, bowls to Lees, who nurdles that one around the corner. Throw comes in, it hits the stumps. Excellent bit of fielding there, I think by Henry Crocombe. It was played around the corner by Lees. The throw came in, and if Dickson had been dawdling, he would have been out, because the throw from Henry Crocombe actually uprooted the middle stump. But umpire Debenham at the far end said it's not out, and Lees goes to 86, 249 without loss. Darren Bradley says, on your earlier mention, I go to Bamborough most summers, and it really is lovely, especially in the sun. Some fantastic B&Bs, which I've stayed into. Perfect destination, and it's close to home for me, says Bradley. Thank you for getting in touch. In comes Crane and bowls, pads up as Dickson, the ball balloons in the air. There is no run. I have to say, I think the cloud away to the west is definitely getting lower and greyer, although there seems to be some sort of brighter patches. So whether we're right on the edge of this band of rain, which has stopped any play at Southampton so far today, and we understood it was drizzling in Havant and Portsmouth a little while ago. In comes Crane, bowls, Dickson rocks back and cuts to Rawlins, who throws the ball at the stumps, but there is no chance of a run out. And Michael is a Durham supporter as well. Hello, Michael. He says it seems strange not to hear Martin's Sunderland voice. I hope he's okay. Soon to be back doing his piece on the phone at the Finkel end. I must say I've enjoyed yesterday's commentary along with Finn Hudson-Prentice. The gentleman today seems very knowledgeable, says Mike. Played out into the offside by Dickson. There is no run. You have a fan, Sam. 249 without loss. Lees 86, Dickson on 150. Crane 20 overs, one maiden, no wicket for 74.
Just looking at Bambo, first of all, thank you for those kind words. Very much appreciated. And talking about Finn Hudson-Prentice, I felt nervous this morning because he did such a good job yesterday that it was, big shoes to fill. But
Well, we should say it is your debut today.
My first class debut. Yeah,
your first class debut.
My first team debut.
Yeah. Well, it's great having you here, and it's
Well, I'm actually
great fun.
Thrilled to be here, and having, like you say, the correspondence from across the country and across the world is great fun, isn't it?
Oh, it's amazing. Yeah. It's just the wonders of technology is just incredible. Really, there's someone in Quebec, someone in Australia listening to us.
Yeah, as Rawlins bowls. Oh, and that is a flighted delivery which Lees drives and can only get a thick outside edge. Nowhere near a fielder, they run two, but Delray Rawlins threw his arms up in frustration. I don't know whether he had asked for a man. I don't think it really went aerial, but I think Delray likes what he sees in terms of those flighted deliveries, which Lees has not been in total control of on a couple of occasions now when he's driven, as Rawlins bowls flatter this time, and that allows Lees to go back and push into the onside for an easy single. Yeah, looking at Bamber on the map, I was going to say, well, you could go and visit it when you. Does Sussex play Durham away this season?
We play up at Durham in a 50 over and a championship match. Yes,
there's a bit of a drive, I think. So
yeah, a couple of times I've been up on the train, which is a very quick way of getting up from King's Cross up to the northeast.
Rawlins in bowls to Dickson, who defends. That was a good length delivery, but caused Dickson no trouble. Yeah, looks like it's quite a long way north of Durham. Perhaps you could tack it on to your trip to the northeast later in the season, as Rawlins bowls. That's short, but he gets away with it. It's pushed into the offside by Dickson for no run. As Rawlins in bowls, and that's flighted again, and Dickson respectfully defends.
Fred, the interference, I think, is back. I don't know if anyone, if someone's picking up any interference, perhaps they could let us know. It may be a loose wire up on the roof. I'll go and have another recce.
Rawlins in bowls, identical delivery, flighted on off stump, on or around off stump, and driven straight down to mid off by Dickson for no run to conclude a good over from Delray Rawlins. 3 from it. Durham move on to 252 without loss, and as we approach the lunch interval in about 27 minutes, I'm afraid, from a Sussex point of view, that this game is heading in one direction at the moment. Yeah,
from a Durham point of view, there'll be absolutely. One interesting statistic you don't see too often, Sam, on the scoreboard is the figure of +5 on the over rate. So with the spinners on, we are rattling through the overs. Mason Crane is going to bowl the next one from the C end of the ground. No slip in place now, just a short leg. Runs around the wicket, comes in and bowls, and Lees plays that down the ground. He's going to pick up a single fielded by the eager Aaron Beard, who comes in, and there is 1 run to Lees. The new ball will be available to Sussex in 4 overs and 5 balls. I see no reason why that wouldn't be taken, Sam. Sussex need to try something. I mean, it is a little gloomy. I mean, the lights may well need to come on. As in comes Crane around the wicket, bowls, and was that a chance? It was driven away off the outside edge. Clark dived to his right. There was a puff of dust. I think that my feeling was it wasn't a chance.
I think it just spat out of the rough.
Well, Tom Clark is now sort of slapping his hands as if to say, I wonder if it was.
It would have turned a long way for it to go past Rizwan like that. Maybe it was a chance.
So possibly a chance. Difficult to see it just with the naked eye. As in comes Crane again, and bowls, and Dickson just plays into the offside.
To sound like dangerous, sounding like someone who knows what they're doing. Did you miss your 12:03 update?
We don't do. No, Newcastle didn't want one at 12:03, right. But
not to call you out like that's terrible.
They do want one at 1 o'clock. In comes Crane and bowls. Forward comes Dickson, plays into the offside, followed by Haynes, and there is definitely roundabout. There is no question about that, and there is no wind at all. You can see the flag on the clock tower scoreboard is limp to the mast. As in comes Crane again and bowls, and Dickson plays on the bounce to short leg fielded by Alistair Orr, and again there is no run. 2 slips and a short leg.
Cricket update.
Well, no rain here at Hove, Joe, and it very much looks as if this game is drifting towards a draw. Durham are 255 without loss. Sean Dickson, wonderful innings from him. He's 152 not out. Alex Lees is on 90. Once Durham get to 315, it'll mean they're in positive territory. And as I say, very unlikely now we're going to get a result. One final hope for Sussex might be the new ball, which is available in just 4 overs' time. But as I say, very much looks like the Durham batsmen are going to see this out for a draw. Meanwhile, down at Bristol, it's almost certainly going to be a draw. No play before lunch because of rain. If they do get any play, Gloucester will resume on 443 for 2 after early in the match. Surrey made 603.
Delray Rawlins will continue at the Cromwell Road end.
Do some repairs to that microphone.
This is 4th over. First delivery is on the money, but Lees defends on the front foot, no run. This Delray Rawlins' 4th over of the spell, that's flighted up, almost identical to the previous delivery. An identical shot from Lees' front foot defence pushes it back to Rawlins, the bowler, and there is no run. Back to his mark and in bowls. A bit more of an expansive drive from Lees that time, and he's timed it absolutely perfectly. That is a runaway for 4 runs. It wasn't a forceful shot, it was just the timing, and it split Rawlins off his own bowling and Pujara at mid-on and raced away for 4 runs. And as Rawlins is in and bowls. Oh, and that was a little bit shorter on leg stump, and for a moment I thought it might have popped up to Ali or at short leg, but in the end it was wide of him and indeed short of him. No run. Rawlins in bowls, and again a forward defence by Alex Lees for no run. And he races through his overs, Delray Rawlins, straight back to his mark. In and bowls, and again that was more of a middle and leg line, but again another forward defensive from Lees, who pushes it to Ali Orr at short leg for no run to complete the over. 4 from it. Durham 259 without loss. 3 overs now till that new ball, which, as Adrian mentioned, we would assume.
Yeah, that's horrible, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right, it was okay for a moment, wasn't it?
It was.
So there's something going wrong with our connections. I'll have a word to our engineer in due course, so we might.
Yes, because it's
It's intermittent, isn't it?
makes me wonder whether that wire. Anyway, that's very tedious for people listening. But
well, Mason Crane, I just went up onto the roof, and there's a lone spectator sitting up there. Are they you have to tell what seats they are, as in comes Crane and bowls beautifully by Dickson through the offside. He picks up a single.
Ooh, what have I done there?
No, I don't think it's our headphones. I think our headphones. I think it's definitely the microphone up on the roof that's giving us the trouble. I think.
Now, when you do that, I lose it in my right. There we go. That's better.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dickson 153. Durham 260 without loss. Yeah, gentlemen just sitting in the seats above us said there is the odd drop of rain. Although the skies around do look a little brighter. As in comes Crane and bowls, and Lee plays it away into the offside, and there is no run. That's a horrid noise, isn't it? So I think we'll turn that off for the time being, and we'll get through to lunch, and I'll rig something else up. So in fact, I might do that in a moment, actually.
The only thing I'd say is, as Crane comes in,
Bowls and Lees is forward. There's a howl as the ball goes backward of square on the leg side. It's another single to Lees, who's inching towards his 100. He goes to 95. Durham 261 without loss.
Yeah, the only thing is this commentary box does have sort of tinted glass, doesn't it? So sometimes you're given a darker view than it really is out there. And I'll just commentate on this ball while Adrian does some running repairs. Crane in bowls, and Dickson goes back and defends into the offside, no run. Adrian is going back onto the roof to try and sort out the effects mic. Apologies for the interference there as Crane bowls short. Oh my word! And that really was, I think Ali Wall's life may have flashed before his eyes there, because it was a vicious pull shot from Dickson, which just narrowly missed or at short leg. It wasn't a great delivery. It was dragged down by Crane, and that brings Dickson 4 runs, his 23rd boundary of his innings. Not a great delivery from Mason Crane, who's bowled well in the last few overs as he comes in, bowls, and that is not out. It spat out of the rough, caught what the Sussex fielders hoped was Dickson's glove, and went straight to Tom Clark at first slip, but the umpire was having absolutely none of it, and everyone very quickly got on with their day. It was out of hope rather than expectation, the appeal. Ian Blackwell, the umpire, standing at the C end. Delray Rawlins continuing the 79th over of the innings, so we would expect this over from Delray Rawlins and one more from Mason Crane, and then the new ball. Rawlins bowls, beats the outside edge. Lees looked to defend that, but it turned past the England opener's outside edge, and Mohammad Rizwan took the ball. Rawlins in on bowls, and that is defended by Lees. Down back towards Rawlins. As Rawlins turns and bowls, and that was a full delivery which Lee just opened the face of his bat and guided it down to Tom Alsop at deep point, really, and they take 1 run, bringing Sean Dickson onto strike. Sean Dickson has scored a couple of triple centuries, I think, so he is someone who, when he goes big, goes big. And Delray Rawlins shoots that in, and it is defended without difficulty by Dickson. Rawlins in, bowls, and again, a forward defence by Sean Dickson, who looks a little stiff, a little tired. He just looked up in that shot there, but no questioning his mental strength here, as that's a bit more of a forward defence with conviction for the final ball of the over. Defended into the offside, and there is no run. Just the 1 run from that Delray Rawlins' 5th over of his current spell. Durham move on to 266 without loss. Alex Lees now 4 short of his 2nd 100 of the season. Just the one innings before this game this season, and that was against Glamorgan, where he scored an unbeaten 182. So he's doing his prospects of continuing as England's opener no harm at all with innings like these. That, of course, was a draw at Cardiff at Sophia Gardens in the opening game of the season. Then he missed a couple of games for Durham. You know the reason, if someone, a Durham fan listening, I'm guessing he had a slight injury. As Crane bowls foolish, and Lees pushes forcefully into the onside, but Tom Clark fields at a sort of short mid-wicket as Crane's in, bowls, and again it's a bit straighter, and again Lees tucks it into the onside, beats the 3 fielders who are close-ish in on the onside to find Tom Alsop on the leg side boundary, and there is 1 run. Dickson comes on to strike, and Crane is in, bowls. That's a nice flighted delivery on or around middle stump, which Sean Dickson dutifully plays forward to, and there is no run. Crane in and bowls. And that, I think, was a googly, which Dickson plays no shot to. Oh, apologies. It was wided, so it was a googly, I think, and it turned down the leg side. It went for 4 wides. It didn't look that wide, but we are at a slight angle. And Ian Blackwell has twice wided Mason Crane this morning. First one very much was a wide.
Can you hear some effect? Can you hear some outdoor noise?
Ah, yes, I can.
Wonderful.
Applause from the fielders as Crane is in bowls, and that's padded away by Dickson. No run. Yeah, that's much better. Good. Seagulls clapping.
Yes, that's good news.
The gentle murmurings of the Hove faithful.
Yeah.
Shall I finish this over?
Please do. You carry on.
As Crane spins himself a catch at the top of his run. He's in, he bowls, and that is a glorious cover drive by Sean Dickson. It was full, it was flighty, and Sean Dickson took full advantage. No cover on the extra cover boundary, split the fielders, Haynes at cover and Aaron Beard at mid-off, and it raced away for 4 runs as Crane's in bowls, and that's a better length, and Dickson defends. So an expensive over, 10 from it, taking Durham to 276 without loss. Dickson 161 not out, and Lee's now 3 away from his 2nd century of the championship season in just his 3rd innings. He's on 97 not out.
Well, the new ball is now available, which is the good news as far as Sussex are concerned. Good news in that it perhaps gives them maybe their last chance of getting a breakthrough. I can see umpire Debenham at the far end of the ground is holding up the new ball. So 276, Durham have been excellent here. Sean Dickson 161, Alex Lees on 97. Really, the only chance that was given was by Alex Lees, who was dropped when he was on 67, dropped by Mason Crane when the score was exactly 200. Nobody means to drop a catch, but suffice to say Mason Crane would have been desperately disappointed to have dropped it. It was pulled away down to fine leg. Crane looked in a good position to take the catch, which he should have done, but it didn't. And with that, I think probably went Sussex's last chance of maybe getting these wickets that they need. I have to say, and I fear the weather is rather closing in at Hove. I popped upstairs to try and sort out our effects microphone, and a gentleman up there said to me, there's a few drops of rain around, and it just feels like the weather is beginning to close in down here on the south coast. There is certainly rain around further down the coast at Havant, just outside of Portsmouth, and we know at Southampton, but you can just sort of feel the clouds are a lot lower now than they were earlier on. Still the light's not on, but here comes Aaron Beard with the new ball, racing down the hill, bowls to Lees, and Lees is forward and plays out into the offside. And I think, Sam, that this is really a last throw of the dice here for Sussex. They've got the new ball. There are only 66 overs left in the day after this. Durham have batted 80 overs and haven't lost a wicket. So you rather feel that if Sussex don't pick up wickets here, that Durham will bat out for the draw. And you'd have to say deservedly so, because these two have batted beautifully. Just the one chance, really, where Lees should have been caught down at fine leg. But apart from that, in comes Beard and bowls to Lees, and Lees clips it onto the onside. There was a cry of catch, and had there been a short leg, maybe that would have been a chance. But Alistair Orr is fielding at square leg, and I don't think that was a chance at all.
No,
just frustration.
Yeah, and Lees wasn't in control of it. It popped up slightly, but I think what that does show, and you don't want to dwell on mishaps, but if they had taken that catch,
yeah, I agree.
Then I think there's been enough interest for both the spinners and, with that delivery now from Beard with the new ball, that it just could have opened a door. But that's cricket. Chances go down, and like you say, you've got to give full credit to these two batsmen who have shown their class and experience.
This is interesting because clearly Aaron Beard, I think, thought that maybe Ali Orr was a little closer in than he was, because immediately the helmet has been called for, and I'd imagine Orr is now going to go into short leg. So perhaps they haven't quite got their fielding positions right, which isn't Orr's fault. It's for the bowler and the captain to get the field set correctly.
He'd have had to been very close for that to have been a chance.
And it also would have been a great catch. And
he is very close now where he's come in.
Yes.
He would have he would have been within range where he is now. So let's see what happens.
Beard around the wicket in bowls. Lees is solidly forward, plays to mid-off. There is no run. 2 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-onward wicket, a short leg and a fine leg. Durham 276 without loss. Dickson 161. Lees on 97. Elsewhere around the country, they're playing at Headingley, where Ben Compton is now out for 93 for Kent, who are 188 for 5. Still trailing Yorkshire by 92. That's in the First Division. The other game in the First Division, Essex 227 for 4. Now leading Northamptonshire by 30 runs. And in Division 2, as in comes Beard. That's a full toss down the leg side. That's a horrible ball. And that's going to be 4 byes. And that won't please keeper Mohammad Rizwan. They do take byes very personally, do wicket keepers, but he had absolutely no chance.
It swung, didn't it?
Yeah.
Past the keeper.
Yeah.
But yeah, like you say, it was not a particularly effective use of this new ball. They're expensive new balls in first-class cricket.
What 60 quid?
I think more than that.
Are they?
I think last time I had the conversation, I think I got 80 quid in my head for it.
Wow, that is a lot. Brooke Guest through to a second century of the match at Derby. Derbyshire 273 for 2, leading Glamorgan by 254. That game is looking destined for a draw as well, as in comes Beard. Round the wicket bowls to Lees, who plays to mid wicket, and there is no run. It's, I played a very low form of cricket, Sam, but when we used to play, generally speaking, you wouldn't have a new ball. You would just have an old ball that was someone had shined up for the match. If ever you did have a new ball, they were like, sort of, oh, we're playing with a new ball today, lads. And if it went to the long grass around the ground, everyone had to look for the ball. It's not just a case of saying, oh, let's get another ball. I mean, and then, if they hadn't found it at tee, everyone would go and look for the ball,
Yeah, well, things to be treasured.
Absolutely. In comes Beard and bowls. Oh! And that was almost a chance. It would have had to have had lightning reactions to get anywhere near that Alistair Orr. It was played off the hip by Lees. It flashed past Alistair Orr, who's in there at short leg. He looks a little downcast, Alistair, but he should. I wouldn't even say that was a chance, to be honest.
No.
You'd have to be Superman
to
have caught that.
Fighter pilot.
Oh, my Lord.
It was past him in a flash.
Well, that's, actually, I'd have thought that Aaron Beard might then have just gone to Orr and said, never mind. But, Orr looks a bit downcast, as if that was not a chance in my book.
But Ali Orr is someone who sets himself very high standards. This is interesting. Tom Clark taking the new ball from the CN.
Well, I'm a little surprised he hasn't bowled earlier.
Well, they were saving him, the strike bowler.
Maybe, yeah. Well,
he's been... it may be a reflection of the current state of affairs, but with the ball. But I think he's been Sussex's best bowler this season, hasn't he?
He's been right up there. Yes, I'm trying to think who has been better.
Haynes.
Haynes. Yeah.
Beard's impressed me in this game. Obviously his first game for Sussex.
Yes.
Of course, Grant Stewart, another.
Well, he bowled very well and batted well at Worcester last week.
It was a shame that he went
4
back.
sixes in and over at the end of the innings.
Yeah.
Michael's been in touch. No, he hasn't. Rick's been in touch, who's enjoying the commentary. We're talking about Kent batsmen a bit earlier on with Ben Compton. Of course, Sean Dickson played for Kent as well.
Tom Clark with the new ball bowls and hits a furrow outside off stump straight away. I think you're right, Adrian. I think, not to interrupt this conversation about Kent batsmen, but just quickly, I think Tom Clark is a yard quicker than I've seen him in previous years. Not that he bowled that much in the first part of his first couple of seasons because of his injuries, but I think he looks like... I think he's broader in the shoulder. I think he's probably been in the gym this winter. He looks... At the moment, looks like a genuine all-rounder.
No, I agree. I completely agree. I mean, you would say Tom Haynes is sort of maybe sort of more military medium.
Paul Collingwood style.
Yes.
Yeah. Or even, perhaps even a bit slower than Paul.
Yes, I sort of said sort of Greg Chappell back in the day.
I'm too old. They're too young for that.
Yeah, sorry.
Tom Clark in bowls, and he's honing in on Sean Dickson's stump. Yeah. But Dickson is untroubled really as he pushes it into the onside. Yeah, Greg Chappell, sorry.
Don't forget, I am silver screen cinema age. Yeah, which is very sad.
Yeah. Well, no, it's wealth of knowledge over the years. Can't put a price on experience.
Well, if Lillian Thompson couldn't get them out, maybe Greg Chappell would.
Yeah, as Clark is in bowls. Oh, and he produces a full shot from Dickson. That sort of, I think that might have cut in a bit, and it took the inside edge of Dickson's bat, who was looking to drive through that inviting extra cover region, but he got an inside edge and it squirted between him and the stumps, and it was fielded at sort of the man on the 45 or backwards square leg, and they take one run. Encouraging signs for
absolutely, yeah. We were saying we're a bit surprised he hadn't bowled a little earlier.
Well,
Lee's one for his 100, Sam.
Of course, yeah, mustn't miss that. Tom Clark bowling 2 Lees on 99. He's in, he bowls, and there it is, tucked away into the onside. A fantastic measured innings from Alex Lees, and for a small crowd, a decent applause from a knowledgeable Hove crowd who know a good innings when they've seen one. 100 off 239 balls, 10 fours, 1 6, and he's done a lot of the hard work to make this game safe for Durham. Classy knock.
Excellent knock, and I have to say I'm a big fan of the opposition applauding 100, and why wouldn't you? And I just said Tom Clark walking back down the wicket applauding Alex Lees. I'm old-fashioned, and I like to see that happening. So well done.
As Clark is in and bowls to Dickson, who leans into the ball, but then ultimately decides against playing a shot, and it goes through for no run. Yeah, I think that's absolutely right, and people that come and watch county cricket are knowledgeable, or people who follow it on live streams, and they know a good innings when they've seen one. And I think, Durham, after Sussex's innings, however well they stuck at their task, were in a desperate position, really.
Yes, they were.
And they've done a great job to save this game, as far as we expect. As Clark bowls, and that is a good length delivery on or around off stump, which Dickson leans defensively into and pushes the ball into the offside. There is no run, and that concludes a good opening over from Tom Clark. I think that's probably the first over with the new ball that Tom Clark has bowled in first-class cricket. You've seen probably all of his games. So.
Yeah, and I would agree with you. I think he's got a yard of pace on. What I like about Tom Clark, he bowls wicket to wicket. He's always at the batsman.
And he does a bit.
Yes, I think he does do a bit. And I think he's a young cricketer who's really flourished this year. He's made his maiden first-class entry, got a 50 in this match. A player who was in and out of the side, couldn't really nail down a spot, as he admitted by his own admission. Too many 20s and 30s, looked good, but didn't go and make the big score. But he's now a part of this side. He's one of the young cricketers who's saying,
well, that 100 against Nottinghamshire will have done him a huge amount of.
And he batted really nicely at Worcester last week. Made 44 from memory. Yeah, there we are, 44. Big partnership with Pujara of 121. So he's in the side, and he's going to take some getting out of the side. Aaron Beard is going to bowl what may be the last over before lunch. He's running in to bowl to Alex Lees. He's in and bowls, and Lees lets that one go outside the off stump, and there is no run. So Durham closing in on this record first wicket partnership, which is 334 between Rosebery and Hutton.
And my guess is that 331 would be the championship record, because that was fourth wicket partnership between Ben Stokes and Dale Benkenstein in 2011. 331, 3 behind that first class record. So unless there was a 332, 3 or 4, then that should be the championship record.
Comes Beard and bowls, and Lees plays onto the onside. So that would be the record for any wicket for Durham, would it, Sam, we think?
In championship cricket.
331.
And I would absolutely caveat that with there'll be someone out there who may know of another one. But you see what I'm saying?
Yes.
The first wicket record for first-class cricket is 334 not out, and then you have 331 in the championship, which is the fourth wicket record, and I'm just assuming there isn't a score in between those two higher than the 331.
So actually looking at that, and we'll just break off for a moment, because in comes Beard running in around the wicket bowls, and that balloons over the head of
very short
Lees through to Rizwan. It's now gone past the record. The sixth wicket record was between Cameron Bancroft and Ned Eckersley
against Sussex.
Against Sussex at the County Ground Crumbs in 2019. That was 282. I don't remember that innings, do you? Well, it obviously happened, or else it wouldn't be on there. Durham won by 196 runs.
I scored 100 in the first. I do remember that, because it was Why do I think?
They've gone past that record because that was 282. They're now 284. So we reckon they're about fourth on the all-time list of Durham partnerships. In comes Beard, bowls to Lees, who drives to mid-off, fielded by Rawlins, and there is no run. Pujara, I'm sorry, there's no run.
Tell you what, that was 2019. The Sussex team looks different today than it did then. Wells, Beer when he was the makeshift opener.
Yeah.
Finch, Van Sale, Evans, Brown, Visa, Jordan, Rawlins, Thomas and Robinson.
So only one survivor.
Rawlins, yeah. Well, I guess Robinson and could be playing, but...
In comes Beard, over the wicket bowls, let go by Lees, through to keeper Rizwan, and there is no run.
Although the Durham side, Lees, Travaskis, Eckersley, Rain and Rushworth are the survivors from that side, which was Bancroft, Lees, Hart, Burnham, Clark, Travaskis, Eckersley, Rain, Carse, Wheel and Rushworth.
Beard. Victor is Mark. Oh, right, I'm going to... Got some more stats here, actually, that Martin has kindly provided.
Oh,
In comes Beard around the wicket bowls to Lees, who plays him to the offside, and there is no run. Sorry to take over. Durham's best championship opening stand is 314. As the players, let me do one thing at a time. The players leave the field for lunch, so apologies, Sam, for just butting in on your commentary. 284 with that loss. Lees 100. And Dickson on 162. Beard 14 overs, 4 Aidens, no wicket for 35. So Durham still needing another 16 plus 15, 31 to avoid an innings defeat, as the ground staff just come out and look at the covers as if to say, should we put them on just in case? But we're going off for lunch. Durham's best championship opening stand is 314 v Notts when they won the title in 2009. Di Venuto 219. And Kutsia 107. It was also their highest total, 648 for 5 declared.
That's well within range then.
Yeah. So the players making... There's a few drips and drops as I made our way to have lunch. It is a little gloomy, but we're going to restart. And Durham in a position whereby they will kick themselves all the way back to the northeast, I think, if they don't draw this game, because these two have done a wonderful job. 284 without loss. Dickson 162. Lees is on 100, and they're in sight within 30 runs of the record opening partnership for Durham in a county championship match. That's a record which stands at 314 between Di Venuto and Coetzee in 2009. So maybe it'll be a record-breaking partnership. It's going to be Tom Clark who's going to get things underway after lunch, running in from the C end, and he bowls to Dickson, who drives to short extra cover, and there is no run. And if there is to be any drama here today, Sam, that's going to very much come in the shape of Sussex taking wickets with this new ball, because the new ball is only in its fourth over. I mean, it seems very unlikely and almost nailed on a draw, but you know, you never know. I mean, Durham are still not into positive territory, so and in the first innings, Sussex at one stage took 5 for 15. So if that happened, we could be in for a game. But in comes Clark and bowls, and Dickson glides that to square leg and picks up a single fielded by Crocombe, but not before Dickson goes through for his 163rd run.
Dale Benkenstein involved in quite a few of those record Durham partnerships. What we think is the highest championship partnership for Durham, which is 3-3-1, Stokes and Benkenstein, 2011. He's a coach now, isn't he?
Dale Benkenstein?
Yeah.
I'm not sure where. Was he coaching at Durham? Was he coaching at Durham for a while?
He did for a bit.
In comes Clark over the wicket, bowls and driven by Lee straight down the ground, fielded by Pujara, who's round from mid-off.
And his son is an emerging player, Luke Benkenstein, I think is his name.
Oh, good knowledge, Sam.
Oh, I think he played a second team game for Sussex last year. And he is now playing at Essex.
In comes Clark and bowls, and Lees plays straight back down the track. Clark fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. Tom Clark taking the new ball for Sussex alongside Aaron Beard. Clark's in his fourth over. Excellent figures in the first innings, Tom Clark. 3 for 21. Now Sussex would like 3 of those now. Still no play in Southampton or Bristol in the county championship. The rain is not far away, but I just wonder whether we're sort of hidden away down here on the south coast, and the rain's not going to get here. In comes Clark, bowls and clips nicely by Lees through square leg. He picks up another single, does Alex Lees. He goes to 101 and Durham to 286 without loss. What is your research?
Dale Benkenstein is head coach at Gloucestershire, of course.
Ah, okay.
Replacing Richard Dawson.
Richard Dawson. Bristol, where there is... in fact, they've called the game off at Bristol. Rain throughout the morning, and they've decided that game is going to be a draw. Only 12 wickets falling in the match. Surrey 603, Gloucestershire 443 for 2. But rain all morning, and with virtually no one in the ground. Someone is moving behind the bowler's arm. That's ridiculous, isn't it? You could probably almost count the spectators that are in the ground, but someone's moving behind the bowler's arm. In comes Clark, running in and bowls, and Dickson covers up and plays into the offside, fielded by Alistair Orr. It's the end of the first over after lunch. Tom Clark's figures: 4 overs, 1 maiden, and no wicket for 12. Durham are 286 without loss. Lees on 101. Dickson on 163.
Aaron Beard will continue at the Cromwell Road end. He'll be bowling his 15th over of the innings. 14 overs, 4 maidens, none for 35. He looked sprightly in his spell before lunch. And, of course, was, for my money, the pick of Sussex's... Well, Tom Clark might argue with that, but he looked good in Sussex's, Durham's first innings.
Another message has come in from Spain, where Rob and Sophie are listening, driving their camper van through Spain. So we've had messages from Spain, from Quebec, and from Melbourne. So we're slowly working our way around the globe. I wonder whether we'll have a wicket to report to guide you through the next over from Aaron Beard with Sam Keir.
Beard in bowls full of a length and defended by Lees. Straight back to Beard. Beard has a purposeful run to the crease, his shoulders and head leant forward as he approaches the crease. And he's that sort of cricketer, bustling and purposeful is the word, really. He looks like he's giving it all, his all for every delivery. As he reaches the top of his mark, makes a slight adjustment to the field, sending Tom Clark, who is at leg slip, slightly finer, as Beard bowls on that leg stump line, and Lees drops it into the onside where Ali Orr at short leg fields. So Sussex's field for Aaron Beard after lunch, we have to Lees, the left-hander, we have a mid-on, a mid-wicket, a short leg, a fine leg, a leg slip, Rizwan the keeper, a first slip, Delroy Rawlins, point, cover, and a wideish mid-off as Beard is in bowls. And Lees drives down the ground. Aaron Beard was very close to getting a little finger on that one, and if it had been deflected onto the stumps, Dickson would have been in trouble. As it happened, Beard did not manage to make any contact with the ball, and the ball rolled past him towards the boundary at the Cromwell Road end, and it was 2 runs for Lees, who moves on to 103. Beard approaches the crease and bowls, and that is just back of a length, and Lees on the back foot finds the middle of the bat with his defensive shot. And there is no run.
You would imagine Alex Lees, Sam, he's in possession of the England opening berth at the moment. He made runs in the first match of the season against Glamorgan in Cardiff, runs here as well. So if you're making runs, you're in prime position.
Well, as the man in possession, he's done nothing to lose that spot, has he?
No.
I mean, early days in the season, England's first Test match not till June, as Beard bowls a bouncer, which doesn't really get up, but Lees ducks underneath, and the ball carries through to Mohammad Rizwan. I
would imagine all counties have got a couple more matches. Sussex play right through, so Sussex playing the first 6 weeks of the innings, and then a game against New Zealand here, a 4-day match against the tourists. So, if anyone is going to really stake a claim with a stack of runs, but certainly, Lees is clearly in form.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that New Zealand game. I wonder, given I'll carry on after this ball as Beard leans into his run, approaches the crease, delivers another short ball. This one was very wide, outside leg stump, and Lees watches it from over his shoulder. No run, 2 off the over, 288 without loss. Lees 103 not out. Sean Dickson 163 not out. Yeah, well, given Sussex's injury crisis and quite a thin squad anyway, I wonder if we might not see some more loanies in just for that game. We've seen it in the past here. I think James Taylor,
yes,
and Andrew Strauss.
Against Australia. Yeah.
Not Andrew Strauss played for Somerset in a game, didn't he? Where
James Taylor played here. Yeah.
I wonder if we might not see some.
Well, it's possible, isn't it? Some
bowling perhaps this time, with people needing overs under their belt before the.
It's quite possible, because I'm sure the New Zealanders, I'm sure coming to Hove on the South Coast, lovely place to play cricket, but they will want they'll want a stern test. And as you say, Sussex resources are stretched pretty thin. As in comes Clark over the wicket, bowls. It's not to say Sussex can't give New Zealand a decent game, of course, as Dickson plays out on the onside and there is no run. But with a game here next week against Middlesex, then a game up at Leicester the following week, the Sussex lads will have had a lot of cricket in the first few weeks of the season. There may be a few tired limbs, a few to come back, of course, who may be keen to make an impression. Clearly, the likes of Ollie Robinson, George Garton may be fit by then. If you came in and got a haul of wickets in that game, who knows? Clark in bowls, let go by Dickson outside the off stump, taken by Rizwan. There is no run.
And you'd have thought, as a young or an old cricketer, the chance to play against the World Test champions.
For sure.
However many games of cricket you've played, you probably quite fancy that. And if you do well,
yes,
certainly if you're a young player at Sussex, it's a chance to establish yourself in the team and make a name for yourself. Clark
turns. There's more movement behind the ball. Who's that standing down there? Someone right behind the bowler's arm. So there's barely anyone in the ground, and there's someone moving behind the bowler's arm, which seems slightly ludicrous, or maybe a car moving or something. There's something else going on which is causing this delay.
I thought I just heard not to speculate, but I thought I just heard in the effects mic a medical emergency. But
oh no!
Yeah, I can see a.
Oh yes, there is.
I can see a paramedic. Well, let's hope that is nothing too major.
Yeah. In comes Clark, running away from us. In and bowls, and Dickson is forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run.
And actually, the on-site first aiders are located directly behind the sight screen, so I dare say they were called into action, and that's why there was movement behind the bowler's arm, which I think, in the grand scheme of things, can be excused.
Yes. Gloomy afternoon. There is rain around along the south coast. No play at Southampton today so far, but maybe we've just missed it. A few drops of rain, but nothing very much. Clark in bowls. Dickson drives into the offside. I have to say, I like Tom Clark. I think he bowls with good pace. He puts the ball round about middle and off. He's always making the batsman play.
And he bowls what I think some people think is a bit of a cliche, but he bowls a heavy ball.
Yes. Yes. Now, funny enough, Finn Hudson-Prentice used that expression yesterday, a heavy ball.
I think basically you hit the pitch hard, and the seam is given a chance to do something, and you sort of make it hard for a batsman to smother the ball.
Clark in bowls, well pitched up by Clark, and Dickson drives to mid-off, fielded by Aaron Beard, and there is no run.
Now, this is a wild claim, but the comparison doesn't even bear scrutiny, but sort of the Jack Callis style about where he bustles in,
yes,
and bowls that heavy ball. And if he can bat, in the top order, that would be something to aspire to, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would be.
An all-rounder like Jack Callis.
No, yeah, well, absolutely. If he gets anything like that level, then...
Yeah.
Now, there is a further delay here, so here comes Clark running away for us. Slightly brighter skies, actually. He's in and bowls, and Dickson thrashes that away through the covers. There is a sweeper, though, on the cover boundary. I'll give you the field. In fact, it's the end of the over. It's just a single taken by Dickson. He goes to 164. Durham, 289 without loss. If you're joining us for the very first time today, very good afternoon from Hove. On the south coast of England, because we do have people listening all around the world. We've had people in Canada, we've had people in Australia, people in Spain listening to us today as well, up in the northeast of England and around Sussex. So good afternoon all. This game looks like it's drifting towards a draw. Durham 289 without loss, Dickson on 164, Lees on 103. The magic figure for Durham is 315, because once they get there, they will have wiped out the deficit on first innings, and they will be into positive territory, and the chances of a draw increase still further. Guiding you through the cricket this afternoon, myself, Adrian Harms, and alongside me is Sam Keir.
So Aaron Beard setting his field for his second over of the afternoon. He now has that 6-over-old ball in his hand. He gives it a polish on the front of his playing shirt, surveys his field, making sure everything is exactly as it wants, and it isn't quite, because he's asked Henry Crocombe to drop out from backward point to a third man position, which Henry Crocombe dutifully obliges, and Rawlins comes out of the slip cordon and replaces Crocombe at backward point as Beard is in to Dickson, who tucks the ball into the onside. No run.
Just an observation. It's not a criticism anyway, but I mean, the new ball is only 6 overs old, Sam. Sussex has just got the one slip in place, so there's no real pressure on the batsman here. I just wonder, with this game drifting to a draw, whether, I don't know, perhaps you stick a short leg under the batsman's nose, or just make them try and think that maybe something is happening, or perhaps the pitch is benign and it's...
Well, Ali Orr still has his pads on under his trousers as Beard comes in full-ish, and Dickson defends straight back down the ground. No run. Because
the situation of the match is that Durham are still in arrears here by 26 runs. Yeah. Now, the chance of taking 10 wickets are pretty remote. We've only had 20 wickets in, 3 days and a session. But if Sussex were suddenly to get a couple of wickets here, Durham are still in arrears, and you make suddenly a bit of panic sets in, and people are rapidly padding up, that sort of thing. But Sussex with a relatively defensive field.
As Beard bowls, and that is defended again by Dickson. And Ollie Carter is on as a substitute fielder. I can't quite work out who for. Let's have a quick look. Ollie Carter in the covers, cutting that one off and preventing any run.
Is Pujara off the field?
Yes. Yes, he is. Well spotted. So I suppose, when you've got 53 centuries to your name, having just scored another double, you can have a longer lunch break. As Beard comes in, bowls, and he's ploughing that off stump furrow. It's a bit short, that one, and Dickson tucks it in to the on side, and there is no run. You can see what Beard's trying to do. He's trying to target that off stump, that middle stump, which I think is the right thing to do. Make him play.
Yes, absolutely.
No point in bowling pretty, as they say, and allowing the batsman just to let it go through.
I was impressed with Pujara yesterday. I'll tell you why, amongst other things, in a moment.
As Beard bowls, and again, middle stump defended watchfully by Dickson. So other than his 200 runs...
Other than his 200, and he's clearly a very respectful man, but a couple of occasions yesterday he needed his gloves changing, and he turned around and very pointedly spoke to Scott Borthwick, the Durham captain, and clearly asked his permission to leave the field or to walk away from the crease and change his gloves. And I'd never seen that before. Generally batsmen just sort of walk off, don't they, and change gloves, but he clearly clearly asked Borthwick if that was okay, and Borthwick said yes, of course.
As Beard bowls the final ball of the over, and it's a little wider, and that allows Dickson to sort of hang his bat out there and guide it down to third man. And that completes the over. 1 run from it. Durham into the 290s. 290 for naught. Lees 103. Dickson 165. Yeah, like I say, everything I've heard about Cheteshwar Pujara is that he is a genuine... a true gentleman. And I think you can see by the way he carries himself, by the way he speaks, the way he's spoken to you post-match.
Yes.
And you forget these guys are absolute superstars in India. So to maintain humility is real credit.
Well, he has 2.7 million followers on Twitter. I know Mohammad Rizwan has something like 850,000. And in fact, after his double 100 at Derby, Cheteshwar posted just a couple of photographs and said, please like to contribute to the team, and that was liked something like 30,000 times.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just extraordinary.
It won't be long before he's rivaling you for social media followers.
Well, in comes Clark running in bowls and work down towards third man. That could roll one away for 4 runs in hot pursuit down their ears. Is that all the way over there? Mason Crane, who gets in the straight. In fact, it doesn't go for a boundary, it goes for 2.
It's a test for commentators when you have 2 new lone players every game, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, and you think, crumbs, who's that?
Yeah.
167 does Dickson. In fact, in numbers on players' shirts, we were a bit confused by why Mohammad Rizwan had 116 on the back of his shirt. The reason being that Jack Carlson is the established number 16 for Sussex. Rizwan is also a 16, but he's 116 while he plays here. Hove, in comes Clark, bowls, and Dickson drives, perhaps into his pad, and the ball just dribbles away on the offside.
The only other player I've seen with 3 I've seen 2. When Matthias Muralitharan was at Gloucester, I think he had 800 to match his Test wickets, and didn't Chris Gale have 333 for for his top Test score?
Well, that's a great show. Anyone listening know of anyone else who had 3 numbers on the back of their shirts? And I wonder what the significance was. Now Sussex completely on the defensive now, no slips at all. So there's a third man, point, cover, mid off. There's a mid on, mid wicket, a deep square leg, and a fine leg as Tom Clark runs away from us. He's got number 27 on his back, comes in and bowls to Dickson, who drives handsomely to mid-off, fielded there by Beard. And there is no run. Dickson on 167. He's faced 273 balls.
Probably people getting, the kind of generation of players emerging now are getting a bit old, but for a long time, 23 was the much vaunted shirt, wasn't it? Which I think came from Michael Jordan at the Chicago Bulls. And then people like David Beckham had it, and
Clark in bowl, short, and ducks underneath that as Dickson sails through to Rizwan. There is no run. Michael Jordan, there's a name 292 without loss, 167 Dickson, 103 Leeds. Actually, we were talking about American sport in one of our earlier broadcasts. I think it was the commentator for Derby, Dave Fletcher, was talking about his love of the San Diego Padres in baseball.
Oh,
and was
right.
talking about some of the names over there. As in comes Clark Bowles, short, pulled away by Dickson. Is he going to be caught? No, he's not. It was pulled. He wasn't timed at all by Dickson. Got that rather high on the bat. And Tom Haynes momentarily at mid-on maybe thought he was in business, but
Both these batsmen have looked, when they have looked vulnerable, it is the short ball. Isn't it?
Yes. Dixon picks up a single. He goes to 168 and Durham to 293 without loss. And I was trying to think of a current baseball player in America. I couldn't think of any. But they are superstars in that part of the world. You know, people earning multi-millions of pounds, and I couldn't name one.
My brother is a huge Houston Astros fan.
Right. Comes Clark Bowles and Lees. Oh, very, very nearly drags that on, but the ball dribbles out just in front of him. Does Alex Lees. End of the over. 293 without loss are Durham. 103 to Alex Lees. 168 to Sean Dickson. These two have batted through 88 overs. It's been a wonderful display of concentration, stamina, and some good shots as well. And barring something calamitous and highly unlikely, Durham are going to go away from Hove with a draw, which on this batting performance will be richly deserved.
Yeah, I think what it shows is that first day was an aberration, really. Credit to Sussex for making it happen, but to be bowled out for 223 on what's clearly a very good batting wicket. It also makes you think maybe perhaps that was the best time to bowl on this wicket, was day one, and the toss, perhaps it was a mistake for Durham to choose to bat, although, like you say, they have well and truly made up for it in this second innings.
See if there's any play anywhere else. As Aaron Beard.
Yeah, Aaron Beard, top of his mark, as his shoulders rock and roll on his way to the crease, and that one is left alone by Dickson. Passes harmlessly outside the off stump.
There will come a point, Sam, you think, here, because games are coming thick and fast. I know that's a slightly sort of football term, but another game starting here on Thursday. It's another 4-day game against Middlesex, who are going really well. They've won 2 of their 3 games so far, and I'm sure Tom Haynes will be very keen not to sort of over bowl. Aaron Beard has got a good spell here, but Sussex will need him, I'm fairly certain, on Thursday. I
think we'll see a lot of crane and roll-ins as Beard comes in, and that is a glorious cut shot by Dickson. To be honest, the ball was there to be hit, and hit it was. It was a spanking shot through the cover region for 4 runs, and it raced away. And Ollie Carter has the long, lonely trot to the boundary's edge to pick up the ball. Well, let's hope nothing's happened to Cheteshwar Pujara, because Sussex need him. I've got a feeling, like you say, with games coming thick and fast, maybe just taking a breather to not spend too much time in the field when he doesn't need to.
Well, he's batted a long time recently, hasn't he? The double 100 at Derby, double 100 here, 100 at Worcester last week.
As Aaron Beard approaches the crease and bowls, and that is a good length delivery, just back of the length really, which Dickson defends, and there is no run.
Do you think these two will be aware that they're honing in on, when they get to 315, they'll have broken the first wicket, what you called the first wicket championship record? Yeah. They get to 331, it's the all-time record for Durham.
I would be amazed if before lunch they had any idea whatsoever. They may have been told at lunch. Who knows? As Beard bowls, Fuller this time, and Dickson, not particularly attractive shot, but he on the front foot sort of check drives into the onside, where Alior is the lone man close to the bat. Really defensive field now. You've got, the plan of trying to bounce these guys out is still being adhered to. You've got 2 men in the deep on the leg side for that hook or pull shot. So a bouncer coming maybe. And that one was back of the length and an identical end result, with Dickson pushing it into the onside and Alior fielding. And again, there is no run.
Had a nice email in from Jonathan. From Godstone Vineyards, he says, have a free afternoon thanks to the rain, listening to the Sussex game now. Thank you very much for listening. So it must be raining Godstone. That's not a million. It's just up on the M25 at Junction 6. That's sort of north of here, Sam. Looks like it might be a slightly damp afternoon to maybe the north of the county going into Surrey.
As Beard bowls, Fuller, and that invites the drive from Dickson, who has no hesitation in taking up that invitation and driving through extra cover for his second boundary of the over.
That's the 300 up,
300 up, yeah, exactly. 301 without loss. And the stadium announcer lets the ever-diminishing crowd know of that landmark. That's the end of the over. 301 for naught, 8 from it. And, yeah, with every over that goes past, the draw becomes more and more of a certainty.
Stephen's been in touch. He says, I can't see Sussex winning a game in the county championship for quite a while. They certainly haven't won. This will be their 18th game without a win in the county championship, so it has been a run which I'm sure they'll be desperately keen to end. No question about that. But I think
I'm more hopeful, and I'll tell you why after this ball.
Tom Clark is going to come into bowl to Alex Lee. So this pairing are now just, I'll tell you exactly in a moment. As it comes Clark and bowls to Lees, who defends onto the onside, fielded by Alistair Orr. There is no run. Tell us why, Sam.
I think you now look at a top 6, which is showing signs of being a kind of established top 6, and some quality bowlers to come back. And I think in previous seasons, the batting has been the issue predominantly.
In comes Clark, round the wicket, bowls, and Lees again is forward, straight back on the bounce to Clark, who fields off his bowling, and there is no run. With
the likes, it's a big if of when they will come back, but there's some quality bowlers to come back. Well,
certainly Sussex are very hopeful that Ollie Robinson will play next week. We understand Ollie is fit, but clearly, he's a centrally contracted player, so it really isn't Sussex's call as to when he plays. But I think Ollie is hoping he's going to be cleared to play against Middlesex on Thursday. In comes Tom Clark around the wicket, in and bowls to Lee, short, and Lee's ducks underneath it. The ball goes through to Rizwan, carries through, takes that sort of shoulder high almost.
It was quick.
Yes, it was quick.
I wonder if the guys in the Sussex coaching setup have put a speed gun on Tom Clark, because that was, that on a day 4 pitch, that really zipped past Lees' helmet, didn't it?
He's on his way again, is Tom Clark, the 21-year-old from Horsham. Round the wicket comes in and bowls, and down the leg side, and that wasn't a great delivery. No. Rizwan with a good take down the leg side, Mohammad Rizwan. And again, there is no run. Total remains 301. A light aircraft is somewhere above the ground. We can't see him from our commentary box, and possibly not. There he is. There he goes across the ground.
Maybe taken off from Shoreham or landing at Shoreham.
Maybe, yeah. Not too good a view today, because it's all a bit murky around and about, as in comes Clark around the wicket, in and bowls, and played onto the onside by Lees, and there is no run. Of course, it's May Day today, Sam. I wonder if there's sort of Morris men round and about, sort of in the local community, dancing in pubs and that sort of thing, dancing around the maypole, and of course, bank holiday tomorrow.
Shame there's no cricket, really.
It is a shame. Yeah, that was mentioned earlier on this week, actually, that what a shame there's no cricket anywhere tomorrow, as in comes Clark and bowls, and Lees with a nice shot off the hip. He's getting that through mid-wicket. They've taken one. They'll come back for the second. Alex Lees back for his 105th run, and Durham getting very close to these various records. Now 303 without loss. When they get to 315, it'll be the record opening partnership for Durham in county championship cricket, beating the record which currently stands at 314, record between Divenuto and Coetzee in 2009, and 331 will be the all-time, 332 rather, will be the all-time record for Durham for any wicket in their history.
Bit of a conflab here between the umpires. I wonder if Tom Clark said something, because that could be a separate conversation, actually. I think they're actually looking at the ball to see whether it still passes through the bowlers.
Tom Clark's going off.
So he is. Do you know, at the end of his previous over, I thought I saw him slightly nursing that knee, which he's had problems with.
Oh dear, that's not good.
No.
That isn't good. So he goes off. Archie Lenham comes running off, and a rather disconsolate Tom Clark. I have to. I mean, he's not. He doesn't look as if he's limping as he makes his way off.
Little ginger.
He's had problems with the knee in the past, has he, Sam?
I think I think he had an operation on a knee. That's certainly why he was, after he broke into the team, why he then missed a bit of cricket. I think it was a knee.
Well, he's walking off. He's sort of going up the steps two at a time. So let's hope it's maybe just a little twinge or something. But he's off. So Sussex's bowling options here reduced still further. Archie Lenham has come on as the 12th man, and I rather suspect we may not see Tom Clark again. So
we've got George Burrows taking over from Aaron Beard at the Cromwell Road end. So Sussex with two 12th men. I suppose a 12th and a 13th men. You can't have two 12th men.
No.
12th man, Ollie Carter. 13th man, Archie Lenham. And a ring field on the offside as Burrows comes in. And that
shot
is shot
delivery.
Sort of a Kevin Peterson style tennis shot, wasn't it? Like a forehand. It was a loosener from Burrows, a long hop, which Dickson walloped like Roger Federer back past Tom Haines at mid-on. There's some sort of conversation going on here because Sean Dickson keeps pointing somewhere.
Yes. Well, it's a good shot, wasn't it? Straight. I mean, it was a horrible loosener from Burrows. 307 without loss. Dickson to 180. And now just 8 runs away from this record for the all-time opening stand. I understand it's raining in Crawley. Thank you, Paul, for letting us know that.
As Burrows approaches the crease, a short ball, which he gets through at a good pace, but Dickson ducks underneath it, and there is no run. So Burrows' field, we have a mid-on, a mid-off, a short extra cover, a deep cover, a point, a third man, Mohammad Rizwan, the keeper, a fine leg, who is Mason Crane, who is actually stretching, loosening up, so I don't think it'll be long before the spinners come on, and that might well signal the end of Sussex's genuine attempts to... Well, I mean, it's a bit unfair, but you know what I'm saying. And Burrows comes in on the money, a length delivery, which Dickson defends. Sorry, to complete that field, you then have Archie Lenham, the substitute fielder, at mid-wicket. And yes, then back to Tom Haines at mid-on. So the field spread, 3 men on the boundary, 2 for that short ball catching, 1 offering protection on the cover boundary. And, the 4th man on the boundary is Henry Crocombe at 3rd man.
Gloomy again. I mean, the lights aren't on, Sam, but you sort of get the feeling it's on the cusp, maybe, of lights.
As Burrows bowls, and that is a leg side delivery, which Dickson is unable to make contact with, and there is no run.
I mean, there's still things to play for. I mean, this game is drifting to a draw, but things to play for. Durham looking for these records, no question about that. And in terms of the Sussex play, now somebody like George Burrows has got an opportunity here to... I know it's a flat track and 2 batsmen who are well set, but he's a young man who's on a short-term deal here at Sussex, having been released by Lancashire due to the bowling crisis that Sussex have got. But, you know, if you could bowl a good spell here, maybe pick up a couple of wickets, at least you're keeping your name in the frame.
Well, and when you're a young bowler, every spell matters, doesn't it? As Burrows bowls, and that's trademark Dickson as he rocks back and just guides the ball between deep cover and 3rd man for 4 runs.
Lovely shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, just
beautifully timed.
Exactly, pure timing and placement. 311 without loss. It was 314, is it? The
314 is the existing record, yes. So they need another boundary, and they will pass that record.
And 315 takes them to parity.
314 is the record. 315 takes them past the first wicket record.
No, sorry, 315 takes them to parity with Sussex's first innings.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, indeed. And they'll be into positive territory.
Yeah. Burrows in and bowls short, and that is a beautiful back foot punch by Dickson, but Ollie Carter is able to sweep round from the cover boundary and keep it to 2 runs. Sean Dickson looking utterly composed.
He is.
He's really strong off that back foot, isn't he? Anything wide outside, off stump and short, then he's onto it like a flash.
I was just thinking, we were talking about this when Pujara and Rizwan were batting earlier on in the game, and indeed when Pujara and Haynes were batting at Derby. What it's like to be the next man in. You've been sitting there with the pads on for a long, long time. In fact, this week down at Bristol, the Surrey openers put on a huge score. And I think it would have been... Sorry, the Gloucestershire openers put on a huge opening stand. And I think it was James Bracey who had been sitting around for a huge amount of time, went out to bat, and he was out third ball. So, so it does happen.
And you do hear of, if it's been 2 or 3 hours sitting with the pads, they'll tell you to take them off and someone else gets padded up.
Yes.
Because... You've been there in that kind of preparation stage and you need a break.
So it is going to be Mason Crane, as Sam predicted, who's going to get another bowl from this sea end of the ground. 23 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 93. Durham without loss here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle. A very good afternoon, wherever you're listening from, driving through Spain, sitting in Quebec, sitting over in Melbourne, or somewhere in Sussex or in the northeast of England. A very good afternoon.
Taking a ride on was it Puffing Billy?
Puffing Billy, yeah, lovely steam train just outside of Melbourne. The skies are a little brighter around here.
I think it's lighter than it was.
Yes, I wonder if we've sort of avoided this rain, which seems to be, it's lingering around the south coast. It's also moved inland to Crawley, which is about 20 miles from here, by Gatwick Airport. But so far, so good. And whilst, there goes our tractor again, starting up in the background.
That's Dave Osland, the maintenance man here.
Right, so Crane is bowling. Now, a bit more attacking here for Sussex, which is good to see. There's a slip and a short leg, a short extra cover. All in attacking positions, as Mason Crane is going to bowl around the wicket to the left-handed Alex Lees. Tom Haynes wants another change in the field, and he's bringing up a fielder from almost a short fine leg to almost sort of backward square leg, really. So here comes Crane. Lees on 105. Crane bowls. That's a full toss. Horrible ball swung away, and is he going to be caught by Tom Alsop? He is caught by Tom Alsop. Sussex get a wicket. A horrible delivery by Mason Crane. It's a full toss that Alex Lees pulls into the hands of Tom Alsop. Sussex have got a wicket, and agonisingly, the opening pair for Durham fall 1 run short of a record which has stood since 209. Partnership of 314 between Divenuto and Coetzee stands for another day, but a partnership of 313 between Alex Lees, who has made 105 in 262 balls in 339 minutes, 10 falls and a 6. He makes his way off. He's disappointed. He thought that was going to go for 6, and in truth, it probably should have gone for 6.
It was a good catch. It was a good catch.
Those that are here stand up. Alex Lees drags himself off, but he's done his job, and a wicket goes down. Mason Crane picks up a wicket. He'll be delighted about that. His third in Sussex colours. So there we are. A record that was there for the taking has been taken away from Alex Lees as he trudges up the pavilion steps in the corner. But he's done his job as Alex Lees, and you have to say congratulations to Alex Lees and Sean Dickson, because that is a quite magnificent partnership. They've fallen a run short, but nevertheless, Sam, what they've done is to almost certainly, with Durham just 2 runs in arrears, steered their side to safety in this match.
Yeah, a fabulous knock from Alex Lees. I don't think you can underestimate, as we've seen with Sussex quite a lot in the last couple of years, when teams put big scores on the board, the pressure on batsmen coming in is not insignificant. So Lee's showing his mental strength and his credentials, which will do his position as England's incumbent opening batsman no harm at all. Follows up 186 in his first innings of the season against Glamorgan, with another 100 here. And if he continues with that form, then he'll be going into the international summer full of confidence.
Well, he was dropped when he was on 67, Alex Lees, when the score was on 200, badly dropped by Mason Crane. So Crane has got his revenge, but from the Sussex point of view, it's 113 runs too late, nevertheless. A Hampshire combination picking up that wicket. Caught Alsop, bowled Crane, the 2 lanees from along the south coast. And the new man who's coming in is Keegan Peterson. And all of a sudden, Sussex with fielders around the bat. He's had the pads on probably for a long time. So I wonder whether we may get a little bit of afternoon drama here. at Hove, I would have to say, is extremely unlikely, but you never know. In comes Crane and bowls, and Peterson drives to mid-off, fielded there by Beard.
Well, Lightning would need to strike twice in terms of collapses. Durham's first innings collapse when they went from, was it 60 for none to 6 wickets very quickly. They then had, sorry, I'll cut off here.
Crane in and bowls. Peterson works that through the covers and picks up a single.
They were saved really by Liam Travaskis in the first innings. They could have been out for, something like 150.
Yes, they were at one stage 60 for 1 and lost 5 for 15. So it does happen.
Well, 5 for 15 here would certainly make things interesting.
It would. Mason Crane is going to come around the wicket to the right-handed Sean Dickson, who's been out there a long time for his 186. He'll have his eyes on a double 100. Won't be the first time he's reached that landmark. A slip of a short leg in place. In comes Crane. Around the wicket, bowls, and Dickson drives, but you can probably hear by the rather hollow sound, he didn't time that. The ball goes to mid-off and fielded there by Beard, and there is no run. Crane in his in and bowls, and Dickson just plays that too short leg, fielded there by Delaray Rawlings, and there is no run. Yes, it was a good catch actually by Tom Alsop. He had to make good ground from fielding at deep mid-wicket. He had to go sort of towards cow corner really, but he took the catch. But it wasn't a great delivery as in comes Crane and bowls. And he's got behind and another wicket goes down. And Sean Dickson is on his way. He's been caught behind by Mohammad Rizwan. 2 wickets and an over for Sussex. Well, I just wonder. 314 for 1. We were saying wickets going down quickly, and now Sean Dickson is the next man to go as he wanders off. So 2 wickets and an over for Mason Crane. It's a bit like London buses, isn't it? Don't come along for ages. All of a sudden, a couple come along at the same time.
As Geoffrey Boycott would say, one brings two.
Well, it does. And all of a sudden, 2 new batsmen at the crease. And Sean Dickson gets a very good hand. And nice to see the Sussex members and supporters standing and applauding. That's a wonderful innings by Sean Dickson. 186 in 290 balls in 343 minutes. But he is now gone for 186. 2 wickets in the over for Mason Crane. And effectively, Durham are now -1 for 2.
-1 for 2. A fabulous innings by Sean Dickson before we move on. I mean, the way he came out yesterday and was aggressive with intent without taking too many chances, putting the pressure back on Sussex's makeshift bowling attack, inexperienced bowling attack. It was a quality bit of batsmanship, and he continued that today. And that is actually his 5th score of 150 or more in first-class cricket. 3 of them for Kent, this one for Durham, and his first back in 2014 for his South African team of Northerns, I believe.
I think that was a double wicket maiden, you know. No, it wasn't, because Keegan Peterson got a run, didn't he, through the covers. So,
well, that's made things a little more interesting. I think we'll need a couple more quick wickets to really reignite this as a live contest. The experienced Scott Borthwick is the new man. So 2 Test cricketers, or former, or people who have played Test cricket at the crease, neither of them with that many Test matches to their name. But it'll be Peterson, the South African, on strike, facing George Burrows.
Guys, you can see the Sussex boys are slightly up for it now, you know. They want to get maybe
they should be. They've got a glimmer. Burrows in bowls, and that is left by the diminutive Keegan Peterson. He's not a tall man.
Just looking at the weather, the skies are certainly brighter to the north of the ground. So I think the light has improved a little bit, and actually from the southwest, where we'll get a good guide if they start to play in Southampton. There's still delays down there.
What often happens here is the South Downs act as a sort of boundary of weather, and weather from the west often goes up round the downs as Burrows ins, and that's a full toss. He sort of lost control. It slipped out of the hand, and Peterson just clipped it to fine leg for 1 run. He's off the mark. Sorry, no, that was he was already off the mark. He moves on to 2. Borthwick will now face his first ball. The Durham captain.
Had a message. We were talking about rain earlier on. I've had a message in from Craig, who is watching from Nashville.
Wow.
Nashville, Tennessee. That's how
We're live in Nashville.
Yeah, we're live in Nashville. You have to let us know, Craig. Nashville, I'm sure, is in Tennessee.
Yeah, it is Tennessee.
Yeah, is that the home of
country music?
Country music.
Yeah. Craig, did you say?
Yes.
Yeah. Hello, Craig. Thank you for tuning in. What time will it be in Nashville? Mid-morning, early morning, or sort of 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. But it's raining.
Burrows in, bowls. Ooh, and he beats Borthwick's outside edge. That was sort of a length delivery that didn't get up. It kept very low.
Yeah,
but Borthwick went back to it, which I'm not sure was the right decision. But anyway, it went past his outside edge, and there's just a little bit of vigour in the Sussex fielding side that was missing before lunch. So I don't know what they had for lunch or what they were told at lunch. I mean, they've got nothing to lose. Like you say, young bowlers. It would be
a chance for Burrows now. He's thinking, if I could knock over a couple of wickets here, I'm going to put myself in the frame for Middlesex on Thursday.
And it is Burrows who bowls. Oh, and that's a good ball as well, on a length, and he forces Borthwick to play a respectful forward defence. And this is what you want with the new batsman, especially when you've just had 2 quick wickets, is no freebies. You want to make the batsman play, and you want to keep him on strike.
Interesting developments at Derby as well, where Derbyshire have declared 349 for 3, setting Glamorgan 330 to win, and Glamorgan are 1 for 1.
So what do they need to win, sorry?
Another 330, so that looks unlikely. Andrew Salter out for a duck.
Burrows approaches the wicket for his 5th ball of the over, and that's an attempted Yorker that turns into a full toss, and Borthwick toe ends it into the onside, and he will come back for 2 runs.
Without being disrespectful in any way to George Burrows, the strike bowler for Sussex in this match is Aaron Beard. Mm-hmm. I just wonder whether he might go for Beard's a little bit more experience. As I say, I don't mean that in any way derisively to George Burrows, but I just wonder whether you might want your strike bowler in just to give him a couple of overs and just see whether he could nibble another one out here.
Yeah, I don't think Burrows is bowling badly.
No, as I say, just makes that little bit more experience.
Yeah, I certainly think it's worth giving Burrows another over at least, as he's in bowls. And again, he beats the outside edge.
He does.
And that is... So if I was captain, that has bought him another over.
Right, okay.
It's a good over in the end. A couple of loose-ish deliveries, but what he's doing with those loose-ish deliveries is targeting the stumps, which is exactly the right thing to do. And he's beaten the bat on 2 occasions. So there were, I think, 3 off the over. Is that right?
Well, yes, there were.
So that takes Durham to 317 for 2. The big change being those 2 wickets in Mason Crane's previous over.
Yes, Crane is going to bowl the next over. So Durham effectively 2 for 2. But a breeze getting up as well, which is probably a good sign to blow some of these clouds away here at Hove. But it's going to be Mason Crane who's going to pick up the attack. So, Durham 317 for 2. Jonathan's back in touch. Says, does the Arthur Gilligan stand still exist at Hove? And do you remember the Stonegate eggs? Says Jonathan.
I remember both. So in my lifetime, they were here, both of those. Arthur Gilligan was where we are now, before this was built.
In comes Crane. Around the wicket, bowls. Oh, but Pete, that kept low.
Hit him on the ankle, didn't it?
Yeah, Peterson sort of padded up outside the leg stump, and it hit him on the ankle. Dribble onto the leg side. There is no run. Carry on, Arthur Gilligan.
Yeah, so that was sort of a small version of this south stand. So you could sit. It was definitely the best seat in the house, behind the bowler's arm.
In comes Crane again, bowls. Peterson forward. Crane fields off his own bowling, no run.
And the Stonegate eggs were a marketing ploy by Stonegate Eggs, I guess, who I'm not familiar with as an existing egg manufacturer. Other egg manufacturers are available.
Crane in bowls, and again padding up his Peterson. The ball dribbles out, and Rizwan fields, no run.
You have to say that on the BBC, don't you, Adrian?
Yes, yes, other brands are available.
I don't know if Stonegate still are available. They had big, giant eggs on the floodlight stands.
Round the wicket, bowls, and Peterson back in his crease, plays that to short fine leg. I was thinking about a single, but Burrows was quickly prevented in there. No run.
And if a batsman hit them, they got a prize, cash prize.
Crane and bowls. Peterson pads up. The ball goes on the full to Rawlins at short leg, and there is no run.
Amazing how quickly the atmosphere changes. Sussex are alive.
Yes, absolutely.
Few full shots from this new pair for Durham.
Crane, final ball of the over. In round the wicket comes in and bowls to Peterson, who pulls to deep mid wicket. In fact, it didn't reach it. I thought I was looking at the fielder out at deep mid wicket. Did it hit?
Delray Rawlins flash on the back, and he's running like a man that has been shot.
Hit with a cricket ball.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I should probably. Not compare it to being shot, but it hurt. Yes, put it that way.
Well, I was looking. It was pulled by Peterson. I was looking to deep mid wicket, but clearly the ball hit Delray Rawlins, and there is no one. Bit of a conversation going on there between Tom Haines and Mohammad Rizwan. Maybe about a bowling change. Sussex won't give this up now. Having taken a couple of wickets, there's a potential for another 53 overs in the day. That's a lot of overs. And if Sussex were able to take another couple of wickets now, who knows? We could be in for an exciting couple of hours.
Well, you'd think, let's say, if they managed to bowl Durham out for another 100 runs, and they then had 20 overs to chase, and they'd have a go, wouldn't they?
Not brilliant, is it?
As Burrows aborts his run up, something not quite right. And I think we're approaching an update.
We are, but you keep going for a moment, Sam. I think we're going to be we'll be a minute or so.
It's disconcerting when it suddenly comes through, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is disconcerting.
You think, who's that? You think it's someone by the effects mic?
I will pick up, actually, because I might get this weather report done fairly quickly. As in comes Burrows from the Cromwell Road end of the ground, coming to bowl to Borthwick, and Borthwick is forward. Ball of good length, and Borthwick is forward onto the front foot, plays it back down the track, fielded by Burrows, and there is no run. Two slips, a third man, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Grey day down on the south coast, but mercifully no rain, which seems to be the case certainly up towards North Sussex. Burrows is coming around the wicket to the left-handed Borthwick. The Durham skipper, he's in and bowls, and Borthwick is forward and plays them to the onside. Borthwick, who was out for 6 in the first innings, caught by Tom Clark off the bowling of Tom Haines. Burrows wanders back to his mark. Well, thanks very much indeed, because just as this game looked as if it was drifting towards a draw, all of a sudden Sussex have taken a couple of wickets, and both of the wickets taken by the leg spin of Mason Crane. Alex Lees, the first man to go for 105, caught by Tom Alsop on the deep mid-wicket boundary, a wonderful innings of 105. And then in the same over, Sean Dickson, who had made 186, was caught cutting. He was caught by Mohammad Rizwan behind the stumps for 186. So Durham now 317 for 2. They're effectively 2 for 2 because the arrears on first innings was 315. The draw still looks likely, but with 52 overs left in the day, you never know. Sussex might sneak a win. We'll have to see. Meanwhile, no play at all today down in Bristol. Heavy rain throughout the morning means that game between Gloucestershire and Surrey has ended in a draw, Sylvie.
Adrian Holmes, you seem to have escaped the bad weather then.
It's amazing, really. I thought we were going to get rain from about lunchtime onwards, but we just had a few little drops of rain, but nothing much. And I have to say, at the moment, Sylvie, it looks a little brighter here at Hove. So I know it's raining elsewhere, but here in Hove, at the moment, no rain.
Long may it continue. We'll catch up with you again in an hour's time. Adrian, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Sylvie.
So 2 balls during that update, both dots. One left by Borthwick, and then oohs and ahs as it went past the stumps a little closer than I think Borthwick would have felt comfortable with. The second one, a regulation forward defence. And continues. And and that's a loose delivery, which is cut away masterfully by Borthwick. 4 runs. I was just about to say, stringing these dots together builds pressure, and unfortunately, that pressure was, unfortunately for Burrows and for Sussex, that pressure was released by a loosish delivery.
I guess what's important here for Durham, I still think it's highly unlikely that we're going to get a positive result here. However, what Sussex won't want to do is concede, because every run that Durham scores now is a run, obviously, that Sussex need to get, and that takes more and more time out of the game. So Sussex will want to just keep it as tight as possible.
Burrows in, bowls, and that's left well alone by Borthwick, who lifts his arms high, and the ball continues past to Mohammad Rizwan. Other than that, loose delivery, a good over by Burrows, making Borthwick play. And the over ends with Durham on 321 for 2. Peterson 2 not out. Scott Borthwick 6 not out.
I just wonder whether the skipper himself might fancy just having 2 or 3 overs, those sort of nibbling medium pacers. He's having a word there with, who is he talking to? Tom Alsop, who I'm sure isn't going to bowl, but maybe Tom just getting a little bit of a, chatting away to 1 or 2 players who've been around a little bit, maybe a couple of ideas he might have. For the time being, it's going to be Mason Crane. Mason Crane's cricket whites really are white, aren't they? They've been through the washing machine, and his shirt looks as if it's a creamy colour, but his trousers are sort of like a brilliant white, aren't they? As in comes Crane, around the wicket and bowls, and forward comes Peterson, plays into the offside, and there is no run. I don't know whether cricketers, you might know this, Sam, as a light aircraft goes across the ground, do cricketers clean their own kit? I presume they do. They're not like footballers who probably get it all washed for them. And
I am not aware of a laundry service provided by Sussex Cricket. No.
In comes Crane, bowling his leg spinners, tosses that up, bowls to Peterson, who plays a rather sort of ugly smear across the line, and Crane fields off his own bowling, and there is no run.
What's your view on brilliant whites? I'm a cream man, traditional, really. I like the cream whites.
Mason Cranes do look very white, don't they?
They do.
In comes Crane, around the wicket, bowls, and Peterson plays onto the onside. Delray Rawlins sort of scrabbling around as he tries to stop the ball, but it goes to backward square leg by Burrows, and there is no run. A cry there, come on lads.
What's interesting at Sussex is they obviously have to provide their own trousers. Yes. There's not a standard issue trouser.
In comes Crane, bowl. That one may have just gone with the spin. It hit Peterson around about the thigh pad.
I think he was pretty safe. It pitched well outside leg, didn't it? So he was safe to cover his stumps and let it crash into his thigh pad, as you say.
In comes Crane again, and bowls, and Peterson just covers up, plays into the offside. There is no run. There's a bit more intensity about Sussex at the moment. They'll just feel if another wicket did go down, this might be an interesting last couple of hours. And again, a bit of noise in our effects mic. I think there's some scrabbling around going down in front of the media box. As in comes Crane, bowls, and Peterson is forward, plays to mid-off, and there is no run. Maiden over from Mason Crane, 26 overs. He's had a long bowl, 3 maidens, 2 for 94. Durham 321 for 2, with Peterson on 2, Borthwick on 6. Wherever you're listening today, a very good afternoon to you from a grey overcast Hove with mostly no rain, or there is lots of rain around Sussex at the moment. The state of play is that Durham are 321 for 2. It means they lead by 6, effectively 6 for 2. There are another 51 overs possible in the day. 2 magnificent innings by Sean Dickson, who made 186, Alex Lees, who made 105. Durham falling just 1 tantalising run short of equalling the all-time record for an opening partnership for Durham, when Alex Lees hit a full toss that probably should have gone out the ground to Tom Alsop, who caught well at deep mid-wicket. So it's all about whether Sussex can pick up wickets. Now somebody else has come on the field. I don't know if that's Tom Clark who's going, or is it?
That's Tom Haynes going off and Sean Hunt coming on, I think.
Right, so changes all around.
As Burrows approaches the wicket and bowls on the money, and Borthwick defends on the front foot. Just seen a comment on the Sussex live stream from someone watching in India who is absolutely staggered that Sussex have to wash their own whites. Says Pujara must be must take some getting used to. He doesn't think that Pujara has been washing his whites back in India, which...
Well, funny enough, when we were on commentary yesterday, we were talking about Mohammad Rizwan, who needed to change a bat, and Finn Hunt's apprentice was saying he's got an incredible amount of bats. He's got a sack of kit, as Mohammad Rizwan.
As Burrows bowls, that's a good length delivery on or around middle and off, which Borthwick defends. Yeah, well, he hits them hard enough, so I dare say he needs, he gets through them at a hell of a rate.
Well, I mean, to be honest, you'd think that... we ought to ask Ian Salisbury. I guess if you've got a big smear down your whites, are you expected to go home and sort of wash them so they're relatively clean the next day? Maybe not during a match.
I dare say they have more than one pair.
Right, OK. I only had one pair, did you?
Yeah, of course. Burrows bowls. That's a shorter delivery, which Borthwick tucks off his hip. Ollie Carter, the 12th man, comes round, cuts the ball off, and Borthwick comes back for 2. He moves on to 8, and Durham on to 323 for 2. Yes, the state of my whites at various points during my playing career, I don't think would have passed muster at any self-respecting club.
I mean, actually, if you were playing both days at the weekend, though, Sam, which I'm sure you did, and I did as well, if you got a big sort of stain on the Saturday, well, they just had to do for the Sunday, really. No way Mum was going to wash them so they were ready for the game on Sunday.
I washed my own whites.
Did you?
Yeah.
Well done.
My mum certainly wasn't going to be.
Really? I think my mum washed my whites. Good old mum.
As Burrows comes in, bowls, and Borthwick tidily defends back to the bowler. I think my mum had better things to do on a Saturday night. So anyway, the good thing about modern cricket whites is they're made of such artificial material that they'll dry within 10 minutes of being out of the washing machine. So I think you get in from the pub after a Saturday, pop them in the washing machine on a quick wash.
Right.
Maybe have a nightcap and then hang them up and they'd be dry for
the next day. Yeah. Eric Beard's having a word to umpire Debenham about the state of the ball, which he clearly thinks is out of shape. But umpire Debenham says, no, it's fine.
Yeah, they've been trying to get that ball changed since very early in this session. As Burrows adds a red stain to his whites, I don't know whether George's mum washes his whites, but anyway, he's in. And bowls. A foolish delivery, which Borthwick looks to drive through mid-on, but it is stopped.
Mum probably used to iron my whites as well.
Wow.
Yeah, I think she did.
So did you have proper cotton flannel whites?
No. I was a middle son, so I expect I'd probably have my brothers. But that's the thing when you're the middle one, you get...
But you have to be careful with modern whites because they're of sort of nylon-y stuff.
No, I think mine were sort of old-fashioned. Yeah, I think they were ironable.
Did you wear a neckerchief as well?
Of course.
As Burrows bowls the final ball of the over, he's in, and he forces. That's an interesting delivery. He forces, a cut shot from Borthwick for a ball which was back of a length, and Borthwick actually got nowhere near it. It kind of got big on him, and it passed, I think, well clear of the top edge, but a full shot nonetheless. And Burrows in between. I think he's bowling. Probably his best spell of the match, I would say.
Brent has been in touch. He says the discussion on Stonegate eggs brought back memories when we were younger. Some Somerset supporters decided to take one of the eggs home, which was witnessed by my mum as we left the ground. We got a £25 reward. That sounds worth reporting. Brent goes on to say, can you give Sussex women a mention? They're playing Kent tomorrow in a T20 double-header. So we have done that. And Brent also says it's a bit chilly in Japan. So are you in Japan? I presume you are.
Unless he's just typed into the Met office.
And there we are. There's Nashville in Tennessee. 8:30 a.m. in Nashville, Tennessee. Old Mr. Tom watching as well. Now, that looks like a black cat who's watching. Now, do you think old Mr. Tom is 23?
I think he is.
A cat who's 23. That's extraordinary.
That is amazing. Old Mr. Tom sounds like the kind of a country music name, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. I think old Mr. Tom sounds a bit like a beer.
Yeah?
A pint of old Mr. Tom, please. Yeah. The umpires are having a natter about something. I don't know if it's about the light, which is no worse than it's been all day, to be honest.
We've not got the lights on, so...
Yeah, I don't know whether they're going to flicker on. And the umpire's having a natter. We've got a delay in play. I'm not sure. This isn't great radio, I do understand, but we did have Craig who got in touch from Nashville, and he sent in a photograph. We said, what time is it? It's 8:30. It looks like a sunny day. Craig said it was raining, but it looks like a sunny day. And old Mr. Tom is a black cat who's sitting there next to the Union flag.
Yeah.
So there we are. We're going out.
23 years old. That's
some age. Nashville, Melbourne, Quebec, Japan, Spain. So, I think Mohammad Rizwan has taken over captaincy duties, because I think Tom Haynes is still off the field.
He is. Sean Hunt is the replacement fielder. This is you, isn't it, Adrian?
My apologies. Mason Crane comes into bowl and pads up to Peterson outside the leg stump. There is no run. There is a leg slip, a short leg, a slip point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep backward square. And the 11th fielder is a sweeper on the cover boundary, who's Tom Alsop. Mason Crane in his 27th over, figures of 2 for 94. He's in and bowled, and Peterson is forward and plays almost on the full to mid-wicket, fielded by the eager Archie Lenham, who's 17 years of age, on as a 12th man.
Whether this game does have any life in it or not, someone who will be wanting to score runs is Keegan Peterson, because his stint with Durham has not got off to a great start, has it? He hasn't made a significant contribution of yet, so he'll be wanting to, whatever the state of the game, this will be a good chance to score some runs for the South African.
In comes Crane and bowls, and Peterson drives handsomely into the covers, and that's a lovely shot by Peterson. Beats the fielder at extra cover, who I think is George Burrows. May have got a hand to that, and he's staying down on his knees, but it was just driven beautifully. It was a nicely flighted leg break, but Peterson just played with the spin through extra covers for forward. Indeed, it was George Burrows who may have just hurt his hand. Nonetheless, Peterson goes to 6, and Durham to 327 for 2. Peterson, who in the first innings made 14 before he was caught by Mason Crane. That rather brought about the claps for Durham, who were at that stage 60 for 1 and then became 75 for 5. So these things do happen. The ground staff are still gathered down below us as if they think there may be rain around. They can very quickly move to their left off the chairs where they've been sitting for a while to get the covers on. So that's always slightly worrying here at Hove when that happens. In comes Crane again around the wicket bowl. And Peterson is rocking back and plays this time to Burrows, who fields cleanly. And there is no run.
We need to be a little bit careful playing that shot, because we are seeing the ball. We saw that one hit him on the ankle.
Yes.
And if you get one that shoots through and you play that sort of, he moves to square leg and tries to cut it, leaving his stumps exposed. If you get one that keeps low, then you'd be in trouble there.
Crane tosses the ball from hand to hand. He just wants his mid off to go off back a little deeper. As in comes Crane again, bowls, and Peterson lets that go, and it's going to run away. Well, he played no shot, and Ollie Carter is chasing the ball back towards the boundary. If his life depends on it, he turns, throws the ball in, and then realises that the batsmen haven't run.
Well, they couldn't, could they? Because it hit him on the pad, and he'd offered no shot.
Yeah, no shot. So it's Carter runs back towards the slip cordon. He's at slip. Looks like Delray Rawlins in there at short leg, and Alistair Orr at leg slip. You can see the pads on under Alistair Orr's trousers. There's Crane. I don't know if the ball's a little. I don't know if there could be a little bit of rain about, because he just seems to be wiping the ball. So maybe there is a bit of moisture in the air. No umbrellas up around the ground as Crane tosses the ball from hand to hand. He's in around the wicket and bowls, and Peterson just plays that through square leg and picks up a single. And Archie Lenham, who's always keen in the field, runs round the field. One more to the total. Crane's got his hands on his head, but Keegan Peterson picks up a single. He goes to 7, and Durham to 328 for 2 means effectively they are 13 for 2 with 49 overs left in the match. And I'm fairly certain Mohammad Rizwan has taken over captaincy duties, and he's now walking around, and he's going to... we're leaving the field.
Oh dear. Maybe it doesn't look like it's raining.
Well, I can only assume it might... No, the ground staff... I didn't see any umbrellas going up at all, but it was just the fact that Mason Crane just sort of got out like a towel or a cloth to dry the ball. I mean, it can't be for bad light, because the floodlights would surely have come on if it was for bad light. So
unless there's an issue with the floodlights.
Well, I can only assume that we're off because of rain, but I can't see anybody with an umbrella. I mean, there aren't a huge amount of people here, but generally... The reason for the squeak is not that our microphone is faulty, but that's the good news of the covers being removed here at Hove, and we're going to resume cricket here in about a minute or so's time. So, the state of the game is that Durham are 328 for 2, Peterson on 7, Borthwick on 8. We've still got another 39 overs remaining to be bowled in the day. Whether we'll get that far or not will depend on whether any wickets fall. But we have had an interruption of about an hour for some very, very light rain. Sam Keir is sitting next to me. I mean, it was barely raining, to be honest, Sam, but it was just irritatingly enough to force the players off the field.
I think actually it was probably Sussex, and in particular Mason Crane, probably forced the issue because he was unhappy with the state of the ball after it had rolled along the ground, and he sort of remonstrated with umpire Ian Blackwell, who said, OK, then we'll go off. And that's probably the last thing Sussex wanted. Any hope they had of forcing a result, which was pretty tiny anyway, has now well and truly disappeared. However, we've probably hopefully got a couple of, an hour and a half or so of exhibition cricket.
Yes, I mean, my understanding is, I think that can't they play until, if they get to 10 to 5, and then Durham are ahead, so I think they can then declare, can't they? And that means that.
That's a good point.
And I think then, but what is interesting, and you noticed it, so well done you, is that Alistair Orr has taken the wicket-keeping pads, and I noticed Mohammad Rizwan was doing some warming up. So I don't know whether he bowls a bit of spin, I don't know, but
that would be fun. But I also think it is a good opportunity. I've got two things in mind here. One, nothing really riding on the game now. Good opportunities for Ali Orr, who is a junior, was a keeper throughout the junior ranks, to just get a bit of match practice. But also with the news yesterday of Ryan Philippe. Josh Philippe. Ryan Philippe is an actor, I think. Anyway, that's irrelevant. Josh Philippe possibly missing some blast games. Are we looking at Sussex's blast?
Well, certainly you're quite right, Sam. Josh Philippe has been called up by Australia A for a tour of Sri Lanka, so he's going to be missing for a few matches. If Mohammad Rizwan goes back, which we understand he is because Pakistan have a T20 series, Sussex are going to need another wicket-keeper.
And Ali Orr batted very nicely in the Royal London Cup last summer, didn't he? So he can play white ball cricket. So anyway, it's speculation, but nice for Ali Orr to get the opportunity.
Of course. Yeah. Well, take it away, Sam. It looks like it's going to be a bit of Delray Rawlings and a bit of left-arm spin.
Delray Rawlings to bowl from the Cromwell Road end in the first over after tea and the rain break, and his run-up was aborted. So a full start to this session. He bowls a little stiffly, and Peterson clips it into the onside, where it is fielded by Tom Alsop at deep mid-wicket. Durham 3-2-9 for 2. Peterson and Borthwick both on 8. There were long conversations during that break between both captains, Borthwick and Haynes, with the umpires about, I guess, what's going to happen in this, what is now fairly not meaningless, but results. The result is pretty much nailed on now, so I guess they were just discussing what was going to happen there as Rawlins bowls and Borthwick pushes into the onside to Haynes at mid-wicket, and there is no run. The field for Rawlins I will give you after this delivery. He's in and he bowls a short ball which is pulled into the subfielder Ollie Carter at short leg. It hits him on the sort of back of his leg, and he hobbles off to the other side.
Ouch.
Yeah, there's one run, and as Ollie Carter made them switch across the strip to adjust to the fact that there's now a right-handed batsman, he certainly hobbled. It was hit hard as Rawlins comes in, bowls again, and that was about where he wants to put it, just in between, keep putting Peterson a little bit of doubt as to whether to go back or forward. In this instance he goes forward, and it pops up out of the turf to Carter at short leg. Rawlins in bowls, and a more certain defensive stroke from Peterson this time. We're nearing the end of the over, so I won't get time to give you that field. Rawlins rushes through his overs, a fairly regulation field to the left-arm spinner, and the final ball of the over is defended again to Carter at short leg. That concludes the over, the 99th over of Durham's innings. 2 from it. The score moves on to 330 for 2.
Yes, so we've lost a bit of time due to that rain delay. 37 overs remaining in the day. I mean, a lot will depend whether we get those as to whether the captains decide at some stage it is going to end in a draw. But I think, certainly for the time being, I mean, any sort of result, it's highly unlikely apart from a draw. But at the moment, effectively, Durham are 15 for 2 with 30-odd overs left. So if there was a clatter of wickets, and it did happen in the first innings, 5 wickets went down for 15. So, that could happen. It's highly unlikely, but certainly until Durham have got a lead, I'd have thought of maybe, 100. They probably won't call it a day, I wouldn't have thought. So Tom Haines is out. I thought Mohammad Rizwan might be taking over a captaincy because Tom was off the field for a while, but Rizwan is standing at first slip. Alistair Orr has got the gloves. So there's a slip and a short leg, backward square leg, mid-wicket, mid-off, cover, and a sweeper on the cover boundary. I would be surprised if Sussex bowl the seamers too much here because Mason Crane is taking an inordinate amount of time to get ready to bowl this over. He's now ready because Sussex have got another game on Thursday against Middlesex. So here comes Crane. Leg spinner, got a couple of wickets to his name, both wickets that have fallen. 2 for 99, he's in around the wicket, comes in and bowls, and Borthwick eases this onto the onside, and he goes into double figures on 10, and Durham to 331 for 2. You take off 315, and that's the Durham lead, which is now 16. The ground staff are still down below us on their chairs, keeping an eye on their weather apps. I'm sure I see a couple of them looking at their phones, but there is rain around, and we've just had the lightest sprinkle of rain. In fact, Sam, it's been unbelievably dry for weeks down on the south coast. In comes Crane and bowls, and Peterson is beaten outside the off stump.
Beautiful delivery.
Yeah, not taken cleanly by all, but that just turned away from the right-handed Peterson with the spin.
Classical leg spinner, beating the outside edge. That was a lovely ball.
Crane again. He'll be glad to be getting some bowling. I mean, for him, this is really important time. As in Crane again bowls. Forward comes Peterson, plays down the offside of the track, and there is no run.
I tell you what's caught my eye. Since he's been here, obviously Rizwan has only appeared for Sussex whilst wearing wicket-keeping pads or batting pads, and I'll continue after this delivery from Crane.
Crane again. Around the wicket, in and bowls. And Peterson gets an edge. Rizwan fields in the slips. Look as if it sort of turned a little bit, maybe out of the footmarks.
Well, I don't think it was an edge. I think it was off the pad.
Was it? Okay.
But it obviously beat the edge, beat the defence of Peterson. Yeah, quite how small and diminutive Mohammad Rizwan is. The pads add a bit of bulk, but he's very slight, isn't he?
He is. Comes Crane again, bowls, and Peterson forward drives to mid-off. And there is no run. There's only a handful of spectators inside the ground.
Good on them for staying.
Yes, absolutely. Sticking it out.
I think probably 200 might have become 100 or maybe 70.
Yeah, there's a few on the deck chairs at the far end, not many, but in comes Crane and bowls, and Peterson lets that go. It's taken by Orr. I suspect that didn't miss the off stump by very much. End of the over, end of the second over after the resumption. Durham 331 for 2. Peterson on 8. Borthwick is on 10. If you just tuned into us for the first time today, Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. If you want to send us an email, you can tweet at BBC Sussex Sport. And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Sam Keir. And if you want to watch the live stream with our commentary alongside, go to the Sussex Cricket Club website, click on the link, and you can watch the pictures and listen to us.
So Tom Clark and Cheteshwar Pujara are the two men from Sussex's starting 11 who are off the pitch. You've got Archie Lenham and is it Sean Hunt still? The subfielders?
Archie Lenham is definitely on.
I thought maybe. Anyway, Rawlins is in, he bowls, and Borthwick defends. There's no run. Yes.
Can't see. Is that at mid-on? Is that George Burrows?
Yeah. Haynes at mid-off. Oh no, Rawlins in bowls, and that's slightly shorter, and using his feet, Borthwick takes a step to the onside and checks his cut shot to Tom Alsop at deep point.
Yes. That's also that's Crane. I'm just looking around the field to see who is on as a. Oh, out here. Who's this at deep backward square? Is it Henry Crocombe?
That's Henry Crocombe. Tom Haynes is at cover as Rawlins bowls, and Pearson again sort of steps back towards short leg, give himself some room and cuts, but it's straight to the fielder and there's no run. As Rawlins bowls shorter this time, not a great delivery, but Pearson does not cash in. It kept low actually, it was a short ball, and Pearson just pushed it towards the fielder at mid-on. As Rawlins bowls, and again that's shortish, and Peterson dabs it down to backward square leg, where coming in off the boundary Crocombe fields, and there is one run. So that's 5 balls of this over bowl, 2 so far, or 2 runs from it so far. So who's at mid-off now?
So I'm just turning around. That's Beard at mid-off. Archie Lenham's at extra cover. Tom Alsop is sweeping on the cover boundary. Mason Crane is in front of us. Ollie Carter is on.
As Rawlins bowls, and Borthwick.
Yeah, so Carter and Lenham are the 2 that are on.
Yeah, but... Oh, yeah, OK, so...
and Pujara and Clark are off.
Yeah, of course.
That's it.
So, yeah, that's...
End of the over. All the threes. 3-3-3 for 2 are Durham. Peterson on 9. Borthwick is on 11. I was just looking where Durham are next week. I think I said they were playing Worcester. So I wonder whether they're staying down in this neck of the woods, because, you know, it's a fair old trudge from here back up to Durham, isn't it, on a bank holiday weekend. And Durham are playing Worcestershire next week in Worcester. So you'd have thought all the way back to Durham tonight, a couple of days off, then all the way down from Durham to Worcester probably on Wednesday, but they want to get there in time for a net. I wonder whether they're going almost straight from here to Worcester.
I think they'll go home.
Yeah.
You know, the value that they'll place on spending some time with families, etc.
Yeah. In comes Crane, bowling his leg spinners, bowls to Peterson, and Peterson plays with soft hands to short leg. There is no run.
Pearson likes to play on the back foot, doesn't he? He's, especially to the spinner, which I don't know whether that's might prove a problem for him in English conditions. I think on South African wickets you can probably trust the bounce a bit more.
Crane in bowls, that's not a good delivery, and he's rather lucky to get away with it. He's pulled to backward square leg. Now the fielder there has got himself in a bit of a touch. Over the ball came up and it hit George Burrows in the face. He stayed down, and I think that may be nasty. Is he okay? I think that bounced and hit him. I'm not sure, but I'm thinking maybe round about the mouth.
Yeah, and the fact that it rolled away for a good sort of 20, 30 feet suggests it did hit something hard rather than soft.
Yeah, and he's wandering off George Burrows. He's not looking desperately, and it's a shame. You don't want anyone to get injured, particularly in a game which is sort of meandering towards. It suddenly hit him. He's looking towards the dressing room. Wonder whether he might want to go off. I wonder if that hit him on the head. You know, or maybe, yeah, I think he's going to go off. He looks uncomfortable. It was pulled around the corner by Peterson. George Burrows went down to field the ball and he stayed down. Or is he going to a different fielding position?
I think because it's right hand, left hand, he's just switching, isn't he?
Is he?
Oh,
or is he going off? Well, I think he's going off.
Sussex won't have any subfielders left, or Sean Hunt.
No, he's staying on. No, he's staying. He's staying on.
It was just a switch. It took him a bit of time to realise that there'd been a single and he needed to change position.
Crane in again, bowls, and Borthwick back in defence, plays into the offside, or who's keeping wicket now as a replacement for Rizwan, who's at first split fields, and there is no. He's a tall man to be a wicket keeper, isn't he, Alistair Orr?
Yeah, that's a good point. I think he's probably at least 6 foot, isn't he? I was just thinking, still no Pujara, which I hope is just because he spent a lot of time out there.
Crane in bowls, that gets a little low, and Borthwick plays that to mid-wicket. There is no run. 334 for 2, so the lead now is 19. Still 34 overs left in the game after this. The hopes of any result are hanging by a thread, and the thinnest of threads at that, as in comes Crane and bowls as a full toss driven by Borthwick into the offside. But, you know, Tom Haynes will be thinking, well, if we got a couple of wickets and, you know, who knows. But the more runs Durham get here, the more out of reach this becomes. Much as anything else, Sussex has got to score, then score the runs. In comes Crane and bowls and flicked with the wrists through mid-wicket by Borthwick. He's going to get 1. They'll think about 2, but there isn't 2 there because Tom Alsop is quickly in the field. And one more, it's the end of the over. One more to Borthwick. He's on 11. Durham 334 for 2. We have 34 overs left in the day. My feeling is that we'll get to round about 5 o'clock. I think that's when the captains can shake hands. Let's face it, if Durham are still 2 wickets down at that stage, I'm sure the captains will shake hands and say, thanks very much. That's it for the day. Mohammad Rizwan is warming up. You know, I wonder if he does bowl a little bit of something, or he's having a bit of a joke, I think, with Mason Crane. There is a couple of matches still going on around the country. In Division 2 of the Championship, Glamorgan 104 for 2 in their match against Derbyshire, still needing 227 to win. So that game looks like it's heading for a draw. Brooke Guest, a century in both innings for Derbyshire. I was reading that's the first time a Derbyshire keeper has done that for many a long year. And they're also playing at Headingley, where Kent are 316 for 6, now leading Yorkshire by 36. Grant Stewart, who made runs for Sussex last week, back in the Kent side, he is 52 not out.
As Rawlins starts his over, and that is pushed forcefully by Borthwick straight into the path of Ollie Carter at short leg, who is in the firing line a little bit at the moment, with the odd ball from Rawlins dropping short. Rawlins in, bowls. That's Fuller, and
oh, what a catch!
What a catch! But I don't think it is. Yep,
it is given. What a catch by Rizwan!
That was athletic.
My word!
So Rawlins bowled a ball on or around off stump. He took by surprise. He got a sort of shoulder edge, and it popped up over Rizwan's shoulder, and he sort of acrobatically, a bit like a netball goal shooter, taking the ball over their shoulder and clung on. A very good catch, and that is the end of the Durham captain. Scott Borthwick goes for 12, and Durham 335 for 3, leading by how many, Adrian?
20.
20. So 20 for 3 effectively, with 33.4 overs left.
And actually, Durham have now lost 3 for 22.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still an outside chance, but
I think
that was a great catch by Rizwan, wasn't it?
Did it go initially onto Orr's gloves?
Yeah, I think it did, or it hit Orr somewhere, maybe on the boot or something, but it ballooned in the air, and Rizwan was sort of diving backwards. The best way to describe it was if he was sort of in goal, and he was looking to tip the ball over the crossbar.
Well, you didn't like my netball analogy?
Yes, or netball, yeah. or maybe in a line out for rugby, he was just sort of falling back, but it was a brilliant...
Very acrobatics.
Yeah.
The one where you'd really be arching your back. And a bit like a gymnast, to use another analogy, a bit like a gymnast about to do a, what are they called?
Like a cartwheel.
Cartwheel. Hitting the ground with his hands, he plucked the ball out of the air.
It was an amazing catch.
A good catch, and a rare catch from Mohammad Rizwan without the keeping gloves. So, well, just when we think this game's done and dusted, I mean, I think it probably is, but just keeps your interest alive. And even if Sussex can take 6 or 7 wickets, it'll just be a good confidence boost that on a day 4 pitch they were able to get rid of a few opposition batsmen. The new man for Durham is David Beddingham, another South African, 2 South Africans at the crease, as Rawlins bowls. His first ball, Beddingham clips into the onside, where it is fielded by Archie Lenham, and there is 1 run. Lenham having to come round from a sort of mid-wicket, but quite a straight mid-wicket, has to come round a bit squarer to field. And so David Beddingham is off the mark with his, as Rawlins comes into Peterson, bowls, and that's shortish. And as we are seeing, Peterson likes it there, and he just cuts that for 1, an easy single into the offside.
Gibson, sitting down below us, is the Sussex head groundsman, who I'm sure is, he's been a really. I mean, I'm sure he's very pleased with the pictures that he's putting together here at Hove at the moment.
Rawlins bowls again, a little bit short, and Beddingham cuts straight to Crocombe at point.
Because, it has been good carry, hasn't there, Sam? I mean, it's not like the ball was dribbled through ankle high the whole time.
This would be a fantastic test match win.
Yes, it would. No, absolutely.
as Rawlins will bowl the final ball of his over. And Bedingham is down on one leg to sweep, and it's given as a wide, which seemed a little harsh, but it was down the leg side. They are quite strict on perceived negative bowling, but that's not what Rawlins was doing there. He just got it wrong, I think.
Good take by Orr, who actually whipped the bells, and Mohammad Rizwan gave him a little sort of, little punch. Yeah. Well done, a little touch of the hands. Good bit of keeping.
Really like Ali Orr as a cricketer and a man. Actually, he's one of the politest young men I've come across.
Yes, he's always very polite. Always says hello. Well, most of the Sussex boys do.
No, they're all good lads, but he's got a very warm manner about him. As Rawlins bowls the final ball of the over, and Bedingham is on the back foot and defends, and there's no run. So a wicket and 3 runs off that over from Delray Rawlins as Durham move on to 338 for 3.
But yesterday, Finn Hudson-Prentice was saying how popular Mohammad Rizwan is in the dressing room. He's very funny and people like being around him. So we're looking forward to speaking to Mohammad Rizwan at some stage. So he's made quite an impression, I think, on they call him Rizzy. Well, Mason Crane is going to bowl the next over from this CN. 29 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 102 on BBC Radio, Sussex, BBC Radio, Newcastle. Adrian Harms and Sam Keir seeing you through the final overs of this match. As in comes Crane and bowls, and Peterson is forward. Plays down the onside of the track, fielded by Crane off his own bowling, and there is no run. A slip and a short leg of the close fielders. About 50 pigeons are down below us, grazing on the grass. Here comes Crane and bowls, and must have pitched outside the leg some. Peterson just shoulders arms, the ball hits the pads.
They've moved in. The seagulls have been pushed off their turf.
They have. In fact, there have been more pigeons here than seagulls this week, so... And the pigeons are here in strength.
They've come from the Oval.
Yeah, well, they've come from somewhere. Certainly no seagulls yet. In comes Crane and bowls. Peterson again back in his crease, which is a dangerous game to play.
I think so.
Plays onto the leg side, fielded at short leg by Carter. No run.
You can hear them cooing in the effects, like those seagulls taking advantage of a fresh scattering of grass seed, I think.
Yeah. In comes Crane again, bowls. Peterson plays that to backward square leg. There is no run. In fact, I was listening to a programme on the radio this morning, and they were talking about a cuckoo, which had been tagged in Thetford, which I think is in Norfolk, 6 years ago, and migrates every year. As in comes Crane and bowls. Hits the pad. I can only assume that was slightly outside the line. Crane didn't appeal, and there is no run.
He's really playing back, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Peterson. I think you're right. It's a dangerous game because there is a little bit of inconsistent balance.
In comes Crane again. Around the wicket, bowls, and forward is Peterson, plays onto the onside. There's a maiden over from Mason Crane, his 4th, 30 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 102. Peterson on 11, Bedingham on 1, Durham 338 for 3, leading by 23. Yes, so this cuckoo was tagged in Thetford and migrates every year, and this was the 6th year of his migration, and when he's come back they've looked at his tag, and guess how many miles he's flown in 6 years? So he migrates every year, so it's
12,000 miles.
That's very not bad. It's 10,000 miles a year. So this cuckoo had flown 60,000 miles.
And where does he go?
Somewhere in Africa.
Yeah, that was what my guess was. Thought maybe he went to southern Africa.
Yeah,
or something like that.
But extraordinary.
As Rawlins starts a new over from the Cromwell Road end, and that is Bedingham, who plays a back foot punch up towards mid-off and takes a single.
We'll talk more about our cuckoo friend in a moment, because Rawlins does get through his overs quickly.
Rawlins in, bowls. That's Fuller, and Peterson is forward, and there's almost a mix-up, and Bedingham comes charging down towards Peterson, who had no interest whatsoever in the single. He's sent back, and he makes it back, but Haynes's throw was a direct hit, but Bedingham was well home. No need, certainly, for Durham to be taking quick singles like that.
No.
As Rawlins bowls, flights it up, and Peterson clips it towards Alsop at deep square leg, and there is a single. I imagine the seagulls prefer to come when there's a bigger crowd and therefore some more substantial meal than grass seed on offer.
Yeah, they may not like grass seed, seagulls.
No,
I think they prefer fish.
Leave that to the pigeons. There's Rawlins bowls, and that's foolish, and Bedingham just lets the ball come to him and turns it into the onside, and there is no run. Actually, they've just moved around a bit. They've cleared up the C end as Rawlins bowls and pushes out into the cover region where Haynes fields. So they'll probably do a circuit of the outfield, hoover up all the grass seed, and sleep well tonight.
We did have a message from Grant Skinner, who's listening in Auckland. I don't know if you're still listening, Grant. He may have gone to bed because we had a rain delay, but I'll read his email in a moment.
Rawlins bowls. Ooh, and that kept low, didn't it?
It's given a wide. Well taken by Orr, I have to say, down the leg side.
He's been very strict on the wides, Ben Debenham.
Yes, he has.
We're at a slight angle, so it's difficult to see exactly how wide. But yeah, great take by Ali Orr. As Rawlins back to his mark and in bowls, and that's clipped by Bedingham into the onside. The subfielder Archie Lennon fields, and that completes another Rawlins over. 3 from it, 2 singles and a wide. 3-4-1 for 3. 31 overs remaining in theory.
So Grant is getting in touch from, I don't know how to pronounce that, Pukehoe, Pukeohe, Pukeohe, Auckland, New Zealand. He said, I'm watching the game on YouTube. I'm enjoying the commentary. It's coming up to 2 a.m. Monday morning. So thank you for getting in touch, Grant. He says, question, when was the last time a team was bowled out on the opening session on day 1? I don't know. Maybe you've got the answer today. If you could let us know, Grant, we'd love to know. So cuckoos, that's a long flight for the cuckoo, but I gather they're not very popular birds, cuckoos. They were talking about the sounds of spring on the radio this morning, because cuckoos do get in other birds' nests, apparently, lay their eggs. Then when the eggs hatch, they kick all the other birds out, which doesn't sound very nice.
Well, there's a sort of sociological phrase, cuckooing, isn't there?
Yes, there is.
Which, well, I'll let you describe this ball.
In comes Crane and bowls to Peterson, taken by Orr down the leg side, and that's given a wide as well. So the umpires are suddenly really clamped down on the wides. You've had 3 wides in the last 2 or 3 overs.
I don't think that, in my eyes, was what you would call a 4-day wide.
No, I would agree, unless there's been a change in the rules that we're not aware of. In comes Crane again, bowls, and Peterson plays this onto the leg side. There is no run.
Yeah, cuckooing is a rather tragic incident where sort of vulnerable people have their houses taken over by drug dealers and things like that.
Yeah.
Which makes sense if that's what cuckoos do.
In comes Crane and bowls. Peterson drives beautifully into the covers, fielded there by...
Sean Hunt is on.
Sean Hunt, yes.
I think
Sean Hunt,
Tom Haynes has gone off.
Sean Hunt, who won't mind me saying, looks a whole pile different to he did last season. He looks like he's been doing rather a lot of exercise, does Sean? In comes Crane around the wicket, bowls, and Peterson has hit on the thigh pad. The ball bounces out on the offside. Onside, no run.
I saw him when I was here on Thursday, and it was clear he's done a lot of work, and it's just a shame that he hasn't been able to take the field yet this season, but by all accounts he's not far off.
I think did he break a thumb or something pre-season?
Yeah, that's right. You can see he's strapping on his left thumb.
Yeah, and as he's a left-arm bowler, that's probably not great. He's now swapped places with Archie Lennon, so I think he's probably glad to get out the firing line in the covers. He left it to young Archie. As in comes Crane and bowls, and clipped by Peterson to shortish fine leg, fielded there by Burrows. Tom Haynes is going to come running back on. Tom went off just for a couple of moments. He was just chatting to some people in front of the
I think that's
pavilion.
Salisbury and Kirtley, isn't it?
Right, I don't know if that was maybe a chat about, I don't know, who knows.
Yeah.
Crane in his 31st over in again and bowls and let go outside the off stump by Peterson, taken by Orr, and there is no run. But isn't that an amazing... And what the gentleman was saying, it was that they also found out some interesting places where the cuckoo stops en route to sort of replenish and feed before it goes on the next leg of the journey. You know, I find that incredible. In comes Crane bowls. Peterson down the track. It's another, well, it's not a maiden over because there was a wide in the over. So 31 overs for Mason Crane. He's had a good workout today. 2 overs, 2 wickets for 103. Durham 342 for 3. Peterson is on 12. Bedingham is on 2. And we're going to get a spell here from
Aaron Beard,
which is perhaps, just a final throw of the dice for Sussex. So 30 overs remaining in the day. Here we go. The lead is what, Sam? 29. 27, yes. Sorry, your math is a lot better.
It's also on the screen. I've got
well done. Well
My
done.
maths is not very good.
27, yeah.
I should have pretended. I could have taken credit. Tom Haynes is back on the field. Sean Hunt's stay was a short one. He can go back to the comfort of the dressing room. And Sussex have their captain back on the field.
Grant Stewart is not out 70 for Kent. That's what he did for Sussex last week. He finished in that game against Worcestershire. Looking at my notes, 67 not out. In fact, he hit 4 sixes in an over at the end of the game.
Yeah, well, glad he's back in the Kent team. They obviously, they do have a strong side, Kent, because I think Grant Stewart is the kind of player Sussex would be desperate for at the moment.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, bowled very well.
Beard starts a new spell from the Cromwell Road end, and his first ball is short and wide, but it's not a million miles away from being cut straight into the hands of a diving Archie Lenham at backward point. I mean, he was not really going to get there, but it was a bit uppish from Bedingham, and he gets a single. I heard that, because you'd have thought, well, would you not want Archie Lenham to play as your spinner rather than getting Mason Crane on loan? I know there's a gulf of experiences. Beard bowls and Peterson drives into the covers where George Burrows field, but he's got educational commitments, which meant he couldn't play, which is why they did need to bring in, with Carson injured, they did need to bring in the loan signing of Mason Crane. I mean, Mason Crane's played Test cricket, so perhaps there's also an element of feeling they need someone a bit more experienced. But I saw someone mention, well, why can't Lenham play and build his experience? Which, fair question. But the answer is he had to go to school. As Beard is in bowls, it's a shortish delivery, which Peterson whips into the onside, where Ollie Carter runs round from a straightish mid-wicket into a sort of more conventional mid-wicket to field, and there is 1 run.
I also think, I think he had a bit of a back issue in the winter as well, Archie Lenham, and I think Sussex were just taking a bit of care of him, and he's only 17. And after the leg spinner's action, it's quite a inaction.
Shoulder, a lot of twisting on the shoulder, and Beard bowls its back of a length, and a nice little push into the cover region by David Bedingham.
Just wondering here interrupting you, Sam.
Should just say 1 run for that.
Yes.
Shot.
I just wonder with Aaron Beard, and I don't know what the arrangement is when a player comes on loan, but I wonder whether the host club or the club who holds the registration says, well, you can have him, but we do want him to bowl some overs.
I think it's a bit of a sort of...
Or is it a bit flexible?
Well, I don't think there's any... just update you on this Beard delivery, which, again, is short of probably too short, really. It's easy for Peterson, who, as so many short batsmen are inclined to do, plays off the back foot, clearly a back foot player. Beard probably wants to try and get Peterson driving, although, well, that's what he's got his field set for, with 3 in the offside ring and a first slip and some cover as well at third man as he comes in to bowl, and that is Fuller, and it's straight and clipped off the legs to Carter at mid-wicket, and there is no run, and that completes the 107th over. 345 for 3, Peterson 13, Bedingham 4. Well, I think when you sign someone on loan, your intention is to play them, because although, do you remember Ed Barnes, who came from Leicestershire on loan?
I do remember.
Sorry, he came from Yorkshire on loan. He's now at Leicestershire, where he's, I think, a first team regular. But he came on loan and didn't play under Jason Gillespie's reign. And Jared Warner came on loan as well from Yorkshire and played a couple of games, didn't he?
Yes.
So, yeah, it's an interesting question. I think someone of Aaron Beard's, he's not old, but he's more established than either Warner or Barnes were.
Yes.
And Sussex clearly needed a bowler that they could, rely on.
And Mason Crane around the wicket bowls to Peterson, who is on 13. He's faced 56 balls now for those 13 runs. Sorry, to Beddingham. I do apologise. Beddingham on 4 off 10, 345 for 3, lead of 30. Crane. And by the same token, I guess if Beard suddenly got injured bowling, I said, Crumbs, what on earth are you bowling him for? As in comes, that's a horrible delivery.
That's
by Crane. That's down the leg side, and I think I might have hit that one for 4, which is. So what do you reckon?
I've not seen you bat, Adrian. But
long hop down the leg side.
It's quicker than you think, isn't it?
Yes.
I think I'd have ended up on the floor, having sort of thought, "Wow, great, a chance to smack him for 4," and probably fallen over. But you're probably a better batsman.
No, probably. Well, it was a comfortable boundary for Beddingham.
It was a leg spinner's drag down, wasn't it? Yeah.
He goes to 8.
The other thing about loan players, of course, as we saw with Stewart, is that the parent club retains the right to call them back whenever they want.
Yes, they do.
So
yes, absolutely.
If Beard suddenly took 7 wickets now, Mason Crane is unhappy.
He's complaining about the ball.
Yeah.
Oh dear. And now the umpires are going to have a conversation about the ball.
I think they'll try and put it through their little hoop. No, they are changing. I think here comes Brenda.
Here comes Brenda. Brenda's still there. There she comes with the balls.
Very smart case now. It used to just be a box, but
right.
I was speaking to her the other day. For those, we should probably explain for those who aren't regular Sussex listeners. Brenda is a stalwart of the county ground and comes to every game and is a bit of a legend at Sussex. And she has the, I think, unofficial role of looking after the box of balls, and nothing, I think, gives Brenda more pleasure than when she's allowed to bring the box to the edge of the boundary for a change. I know she takes it very seriously, and she was very disappointed when COVID rules, even when people were allowed back into the ground, there was still a little bit of caution about cross-contamination between spectators and players, so she wasn't allowed at the end of last season to perform her usual duties. But she's back in her role as the provider of the box of balls. And it's in a sort of snazzy briefcase, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Very snazzy.
There's 2 of them.
In fact, Tom Alsop is doing the honour. So Tom is trotting off with 2 sort of little briefcases.
But he delivers them to Brenda.
Yes, there he goes.
And there is a change of ball, actually. So
Brenda is in charge, and Tom's probably. Yeah, thank you very much, Tom. She's probably saying. Make sure you give them back properly. Well done, Brenda.
She'll be giving Tom a pep talk.
Yes.
We can still win this, she'll be saying.
Yes. There's a nice round of applause around the ground for Brenda. Well done, Brenda.
She is absolutely adored by the Sussex State, and quite rightly, she's a lovely lady.
Yes. Always first in the queue at the ground in the mornings.
Woe betide anyone who tries to push in front of Brenda at the start of... And quite right. She's earned it.
So Mason Crane is happy. The ball has been changed. Mason Crane in his very whites. They are brilliant white. So there's a long delay. Mason Crane is now having a couple of warm-ups with this ball. I think umpire Blackwell is saying, come on, we need to get on with it. Perhaps he's got a dinner date, you never know. 31 for 2. 31.2 overs he's bowled. As Beddingham turns that through square leg, picks up a single. Total goes to 350 for 3. I wonder if there'll be a smattering of applause. Let's see. Yes. 350 for 3. Peterson on 13, Beddingham on 9. Live cricket on the BBC. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle. Adrian Harms and Sam Keir seeing you through the last few overs of the game. Peterson taking off his helmet now, just getting himself sorted out at the far end of the ground. Mason Crane bowling up the hill from the Cromwell Road end. Peterson on 13. He'll be keen not to get out here, as Sam was saying. Crane is in and bowls, and Peterson lets that hit the pad. It pitched outside the leg stump and bounces away down towards third man. Mohammad Rizwan is chasing after the ball. So just in terms of the actual statistics here, the Durham lead is 35. They're effectively 35 for 3. There are 28 overs and 2 balls left in the match that can possibly be bowled. There will come a time when the captains will say, well, there's no chance of a result. So I think what happens in that situation is that Durham declare and Sussex say thanks very much. In comes probably another 12 overs or so before we get to that stage, as Peterson plays to mid-off. Yeah, there is no run.
Peterson will be desperate for a score.
He will, absolutely. And Mason Crane is probably thinking, well, pick up 2 or 3 wickets here. As in comes Crane and bowls, and forward comes Peterson, plays into the offside. There is no run, fielded by Tom Haynes, who tries to do a bit of football juggling rather unsuccessfully. Not like Delray Rawlins, who when he does it, he sort of does sort of a keepy-uppy of, several times, but Tom rather failed there. He's having a natter away to Ian Blackwell, the umpire.
Yeah, Peterson, obviously the overseas player, or one of the overseas players for Durham, and his scores so far 3, 37 not out, 5, 21, and then 14 in the first innings. So,
right.
What a chance, an opportunity to score some runs. The pressure largely off. As Beard reaches the top of his mark.
I better just do this cricket update, Sam.
The very latest on the cricket, which earlier on was rained off in local places. How are you going, Adrian?
Well, the amazing thing is we just had a few drops of rain here at Hove, Sylvie, and we're now back on playing. This game is heading to a draw, so we're really going through the motions a little, but Durham are 350 for 3. It means they lead by 35 runs with 27 overs after this one left. So very much look like it's going to be a draw, but you never know in cricket, a couple of wickets, and Sussex may sense that they could maybe still get something from this game, but that's unlikely. 2 wickets for Mason Crane, 1 for Delray Rawlings. I'm afraid no play at all today down in Bristol in the game between Gloucestershire and Surrey. That game ends in a draw, and I'm sure what you're most interested in, Sylvie, is what we had for tea. Cakes, and I'll tell you what, there was only 3 of us in the press box today, and a great big tray of cakes got brought in, and one of them was a lovely sponge with cream in, and I've had a bit, and it was as lovely as it looks. I've only had 1 so far.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Sylvie. As Beard is back to his mark at the Cromwell Road end and is running in down the hill, comes in and bowls to Peterson, who plays a lovely shot. That's a classy shot. Through backward point for 4 runs, beautifully played, and that's a shot that will do his confidence the world a good Sam. That was beautifully played. He goes to 17 and Durham to 355 for 3.
Yeah, crisply timed shot off the back foot.
Oh, that was it, crisply timed. Yeah. I like that.
It raced away, didn't it? To use another cricketing cliche.
Yes.
You've confused me. So
you can carry on.
Right.
Yes, I'm sorry. I rather butted in there. We had our update on the radio, which was.
Talking of that pile of cake in the press box, I think you could feed everyone in the ground now with that.
I think we could, yeah.
Perhaps we should...
and the pigeons. I don't know whether pigeons would like cake.
Seagulls will be back.
Would they?
Yeah.
When I was out in Port Isaac the other week, the seagulls there do pinch people's fish and chips quite regularly, apparently, and ice creams.
Beard has made a change to his field as he comes now round the wicket, and as one would expect from that field, it is a short delivery inviting Peterson to hook or pull, and there are 2 men out for exactly that shot. We have a deep square leg, which is Tom Alsop, and a fine leg who I can't quite see who that is. Is that Burrows?
The fine leg is Tom Alsop, I think.
No, Tom Alsop's at square leg.
Oh, it's Aaron. Oh, look, I'll be Aaron Beard. Who's that down here?
As Peterson forces Beard to pull out of his run-up.
Don't think Aaron Beard was desperately happy about that,
He was just about to enter his delivery stride, and Peterson withdrew. Some movement from behind the bowler's arm at Cromwell Road end. Yeah. Who is that? That's frustrating me. It's a detail, but
It's Mason Crane, isn't it?
of course it is, yeah.
I only could tell by his whites.
Yeah, if in doubt, it's one of the low knees. As Beard bowls another short ball.
Yeah.
A real effort, though. I think you could hear the grunt on the effects mic as he banged that in short.
I don't think Mason Crane. I don't think Aaron Beard was very happy there with Keegan
No.
Peterson. He got all the way in. He was in his delivery stride, and Peterson. No, he's perfectly entitled to do that, Keegan Peterson.
Yeah, of course.
But I think Beard was thinking, well, hang on, there's barely anyone here. Why on earth are you moving?
Well, like racehorses, they get spooked easily, aren't they? Batsmen, as Beard returns to bowling over the wicket, and Peterson slices that to Archie Lenham on the backward point boundary, and there is one run. That concludes the over, 6 from it. 3, 5, 6 for 3. The lead now 41. So I reckon Sussex need to take 7 wickets for another 50 runs or so, and then they'd have maybe a runner ball chase. So the short way of saying that is unlikely.
I think it is unlikely. But nonetheless, Mason Crane is going to bowl another over. 32 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 108 for Mason Crane. Peterson on 18, Beddingham is on 10. The important statistic is that Durham now lead by 41. And Mason Crane... In fact, Mohammad Rizwan is definitely warming up, isn't he? Do you think he fancies bowling a couple of overs? I do hope that we don't get to sort of occasional bowlers, because that rather does make a mockery of things.
I think...
Or maybe he does bowl Rizwan, mate. We'll have to have a look and see. He's certainly warming up at slip. In comes Crane. Around the wicket comes in and bowls, and Peterson plays into the ground, and the ball bounces up obligingly for Delray Rawlings, who fields at mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Mohammad Rizwan has 4 first-class wickets.
Right, OK.
A best of 2 for 10.
Well, there we go. In comes Crane, bowls, and Peterson just lets that hit his thigh pad. The ball bounces down in front of him, and there is no run.
Yeah, out of his 104 matches, he has managed to bowl in 11 innings in his 104 matches.
In comes Crane and bowls. Oh, that turns. And, well, I don't know if it came out the footholes, but it went with the spin past the outside edge of Peterson's bat. Alistair Orr didn't take it cleanly, and it also eluded Mohammad Rizwan, who's fielding at slip.
It really spat out
the
foothold and turned a long way past Peterson's bat, but also past, like you say, both the keeper and first slip.
In comes Crane and bowls. Peterson again forward, but a nice looping delivery by Crane. I wonder if he's just bowling himself into a bit of form here, Mason Crane. I mean, leg spinners need to bowl. And this is an important spell for Mason Crane. I'm sure he's well aware of that. As are Sussex. He's here for a month. He comes again, bowls, and Peterson forward, pushes into the offside and picks up a single. Peterson goes to 19, settled to 257 for 3. There's 3 matches coming, week after week. So Middlesex next Thursday, Leicestershire the following Thursday, the New Zealanders here the Thursday after that. So, Mason Crane will expect to play in all 3 of those games. He's on his way again, around the wicket. Bowls, and that kept low. Bellingham flicks the ball down to deep backward square, fielded by Crocombe. Bellingham goes to 11, the total to 358 for 3. That is the end of another Mason Crane over. 33 overs, 4 maidens. He's taken 2 for 110. And it is going to be Mohammad Rizwan who's going to come on to bowl.
So his 4 first-class wickets have all come, as you'd expect, in the Pakistan domestic competition, which I won't claim to be an expert on. I don't recognise any of the names of the batsmen he's taken with the wickets of. Raza Hassan, Afaq Rahim, Fahan Khan and... Raza Hassan, Fahar Khan, Nazir Akram and Adnan Gauss. Anyway, safe to say...
Great start.
It's... from my helpful online source. I don't even know what he bowls. What does
I reckon he bowls a bit of medium pace, because actually Ali Orr is standing back from the stumps.
It doesn't even, on his Crick Info page, it doesn't even list a bowling style. So this is a new experience for all those who have watched Mohammad Rizwan, apart from the people who were at his games for Sui Northern Gas Pipelines Limited, and that's obviously his first class team in Pakistan, and that's who he's taking his wickets for. And yes, it looks like medium pace, right arm over the wicket and slinging action, and he gets the biggest cheer of the day from the Sussex fielders, and he has a big beaming smile on his face. He is loving having the ball in his hand. I think that says a lot about where we are with this game, because it's the most lively we've seen the Sussex fielders for a long time. But you could see the beaming smile from here. It was he's having a good time as he's in and bowls. That's a decent delivery on a length on off stump, and Beddingham defends with a degree of respect, but the sense is that this is not going to be the biggest test of David Beddingham's career, but you never know. He has quite a long run up, actually, for someone who is very much medium pace. He sort of jogs to the crease, his arms pumping, and he does have a slinging action. I think there's a hint of swing there, but it was defended, and there is no run. There's hysterical laughter coming from Sussex's fielders, who I think are enjoying Mohammad Rizwan's cameo as much as Mohammad Rizwan is himself.
He has a wicket.
Oh, like they've won the championship as Rizwan bowls. Oh! I'll tell you what,
very nearly did.
Popped off a length, took shoulder of Beddingham's bat, and ballooned up, and was inches away from the grasp of Captain Tom Haynes, who is at short point, or gully really, and that would have been an entertaining moment.
It would. I think you're right. They'd have probably leapt on him like they'd won the World Cup final. In fact, Sussex have now got
three slips.
Yeah, three slips in for Rizwan.
Two slips and a gully really, and then cover on the point boundary, if that makes any sense. A short extra cover, a mid-off as he's in bowls. That's Fuller, and that's clipped to mid-on, who is one of two fielders on the leg side, the other being a deep mid-wicket. But he has, so we've got men covering both the on and offside boundaries, but Rizwan has been on the money from ball one, so perhaps he'll bring those in for catching as well. So 5 dots start Mohammad Rizwan's bowling career in England. He's in bowls, and that was not a great delivery. It was short, wide, it kept a little low. It should have been stopped at cover by Henry Crocombe, but the cut shot ultimately raced away to the boundary, and Mohammad Rizwan will be furious that his over was spoiled by that mistake in the field.
I think I've just spotted, Sam, is that this is Sussex draw this game, which now looks like they'll get 8 points for the draw, so they'll get 15 out of the game, which will mean they will go off the bottom of the county championship. They'll go above Leicestershire.
Is progress.
Yeah.
Well, you know, they have set the tone in this game, and it was only thanks to that fantastic another part-timer.
Tom Alsop's going to get a bowl.
Yeah. You know, so I think they can be proud of their efforts in this game. And who knows, with a full complement of bowlers, after putting that scoreboard pressure on, things could have been a bit different.
So it's going to be Tom Alsop who's going to bowl to the right-handed Peterson. So we are going through the motions here a bit, but still 362 for 3. The lead is now 47 as in comes Alsop bowls, and Peterson works that away into the offside, fielded by Carter, and there is no run. He bowls a bit of left arm around the wicket keeper, all standing up to the stumps. Sam is furiously looking up Tom Alsop's stats as he's in and bowls. Forward comes Peterson, straight back down. No run.
Well, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 30 31 32 33 34 35 36 37 38 39 40 41 42 43 44 45 46 47 48 49 50 51 52 53 54 55 56 57 58 59 60 61 62 63 64 65 66 67 68 69 70 71 72 73 74 75 76 77 78 79 80 81 82 83 84 85 86 87 88 89 90 91 92 93 94 95 96 97 98 99 100 101 102 103 104 105 106 107 108 109 110 111 112 113 114 115 116 117 118 119 120 121 122 123 124 125 126 127 128 129 130 131 132 133 134 135 136 137 138 139 140 141 142 143 144 145 146 147 148 149 150 151 152 153 154 155 156 157 158
Stop again. Peterson drive. That's 4 runs. No, it's not. Didn't see the sweeper on the cover boundary. Got it there by Beard, who gets in the throw. So 1 more to Peterson. He goes to 20. He's faced 70 balls for those 20 runs. 363 for 3. Allsop again around the wicket bowls. Bellingham plays languidly to mid-wicket, fielded by Crocombe, and there is no run. I think the declaration is going to cut. Well, I think they can declare. In comes Allsop again, bowls. Bellingham plays that to point, and there is no run. Fielded there by. Who's that out there?
Is it Mason?
Mason Crane,
Yeah.
it is. And there is no run. Tom Allsop is rattling through his overs. The light isn't great, actually. Comes in and bowls, and outside of the off stump taken by Orr, there is no run. Just 1 run off the over. The players nipping around in between overs. Sussex are +4 on the over 8. So unlike as at last week at Worcester when they lost a point for a slow over 8, that's not going to happen in this game.
Left arm darts, you'd call Tom Allsop, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Spearing them in. He has 3 first-class wickets and a couple of good scalps.
Go on.
Johnny Bairstow and James Hildreth.
Oh, they
Two of
are
the
good.
three. And Steve Patterson, the Yorkshire captain, the other one. All of them. Well, Patterson was LBW. Bairstow and Hildreth were caught, and am I being unkind to say they potentially were caught on the boundary?
Yeah, quite possibly. Yeah, quite possibly, Sam.
Rizwan will start the second over of his debut spell of bowling in English cricket. We've still got 3 slips or 2 slips and a gully, pretty close in. Mohammad Rizwan is not a man of express pace from what we've seen of his 6 deliveries so far. He jogs in, bowls short, and it is wide, and it's punched off the back foot by Peterson for a single to the sweeper on the offside boundary, who is Archie Lennon. There is 1 run, and Peterson moves on to 21. Yeah, Peterson, I think he's got every right to take his time, just try and play himself into a bit of form. I mean, Allsop and Rizwan, not potentially the sternest test, but runs are runs. As Rizwan approaches the crease, bowls kept low, as you might expect from a small man, and Bellingham is on the back foot. It was back of her length. He's played back and certainly hit the bottom of his bat. Be a little careful it doesn't slip underneath. And the reaction from the Sussex fielders was suggested that it wasn't too far from sneaking underneath the South African's bat as Rizwan is in, bowls. Oh, and he's beaten the outside edge. That was a jaffer. He bowled a good length delivery which swung away from Bellingham, missed the outside edge. It was a bit of a grope by Bellingham, and Orr took the ball cleanly, no edge, but Tom Haynes is having the time of his life. I think Mohammad Rizwan is living up to his reputation as being a bit of a joker. He's keeping everyone entertained.
Yeah, he is. I was just going to say, from David Bellingham's point of view, he's probably seeing the funny side, because it's a first-class match, and he's probably thinking, well, I really don't want to get out here. I mean, I know this game's going to end in a draw.
Well, don't get out then, David.
No, I'm sure he's very keen not to.
As Rizwan comes in, bowls, and again, that is a good length delivery, and Bellingham pushes it back. Bellingham does have the air of a man who would rather not be.
I agree.
Jeopardising his first-class average against the part-time medium pace of Mohammad Rizwan, who so far has just gone for the solitary single in this over. 4 balls bowled, 2 to come. Rizwan just tinkering with his field, just sending Mason Crane a little wider at mid-on, and he is in, bowls, and Bellingham plays back, punches it back to Rizwan, and every ball Rizwan is grinning to himself. Clearly a man who enjoys all aspects of the game, batting, keeping, and indeed now bowling. Sadly, we won't get to see. I don't think we'll get to see Cheteshwar Pujara bowl.
No,
he's off the field still.
He is.
I hope that isn't. I've actually had a message from Ian Salisbury. Update on Pujara.
Oh, come.
He's fine. Precautionary. and they just want to give him a bit of time off the field. So that makes total sense, as Rizwan completes his over with a length delivery, which there's a shout for LBW because they wonder if the ball has hit the pad first, but umpire Debenham is having absolutely none of it. It actually looked like a fairly solid forward defence to me, but such is the atmosphere of frivolity out in the middle.
And I think we may have one more. I'm just guessing.
That's it.
That is it, is it? Players are shaking hands. It's 10-5. That means that Durham declare, and it means Sussex won't bat again. So the players all shake hands. Mohammad Rizwan hasn't got his first wicket for Sussex. The players all shaking hands out in the middle.
David Bedingham can breathe a sigh of relief.
He can, and the ground staff make their way on. So let's sort of dissect the match for a few moments. Let's talk about the key moments. Durham bowled out, cheaply really on what is a good pitch. 223 wasn't for Travaskis. Sussex would have been in an even stronger position. And then that wonderful innings from Pujara. Much of what you witnessed. What did you make of his innings?
Pujara's innings. It's the first time I've seen him bat live, and the sense of the thing that strikes me is how he, even when he's defending, he seems to middle every single ball, and he looks like a very, very difficult man to dislodge. And also the way he paced that innings, the gap between his runs and his balls faced got smaller as his innings went on. It's a masterclass really in pacing an innings, and good support from Mohammad Rizwan, who obviously hadn't yet scored any run or any significant runs for Sussex, so that'll be a good confidence boost for Pakistani. And Tom Clark, Haynes, both chipping in as well. So with the bat, real encouraging signs for Sussex. And I think really the pitch was very flat against not Sussex's first choice attack. So, but that nonetheless, with the scoreboard pressure, Durham had to apply themselves, and that opening partnership was a great example of how to apply yourself and indeed how to take the fight back to a team when you're on the back foot. So that was impressive. I think probably the one moment that could have changed things would have been that catch when Lees was on 60 odd.
Yes. It was the score. He was on 67, and the score was 200 for none.
So they were still 115 behind.
Yes.
That would have opened it. And as we saw, Durham then did lose a couple of quick wickets. Things could have been different. I think the draw still would have been favourite. It was a flat pitch in the end. I think a draw is a fair result because Durham came back into the game very well.
A word on Sussex, because the bowling resource is stretched. Ollie Robinson, we understand, England permitting, will play next week. I mean, he's been a massive miss for Sussex throughout the season, because it's now 16 county championship matches since Sussex won a game, and they'll be facing a Middlesex side who've won 2 out of 3 matches, so that's a pretty tough assignment. But Ollie Robinson back in the side, that's going to lift everybody's spirits around Hove, I'm sure about that.
Yeah, he'll he's a wisdom